the world's great novels. And now, a few scenes of the merry Yuletide season in the England of the early 19th century, by an author unsurpassed in his ability to capture that spirit and endow his characters with it. The National Broadcasting Company presents the Christmas chapters from Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers, another in our series of books that live, the world's great novels.
And so, my friends, Christmas is with us again, the season of hospitality, merriment, and open-heartedness. The time when the old year is preparing, like an ancient philosopher, to call his friends around him, and amidst the sound of feasting and revelry, to pass gently and calmly away. And it was in this spirit that the 4 honorable members of the Pickwick Club left London to spend the holidays with the Wardle family and other friends at Manor Farm in Dingley Dell. As the Muggleton coach rumbles over the wide open country, the Pickwickians sit well wrapped in greatcoats and comforters. The 2 gentlemen to the left are Mr. Augustus Snodgrass and Mr. Nathaniel Winkle. On the right hand, we have Mr. Tracy Tupman, the too susceptible Tupman, who, in spite of his experience and mature years, is still the victim of the most interesting and pardonable of human weaknesses, love. Time and feeding have expanded that once romantic form. But the soul of Tupman has known no change. Admiration of the fair sex is still its ruling passion. And his thoughts dwell happily upon Mr. Wardle's spinster sister Rachel, in whose presence he shall soon be basking. And last, but certainly not least, that gentleman nearest the window, the bald head, the circular spectacles and twinkling eyes, belong to Samuel Pickwick himself, the leader of this illustrious and select group. Now they've reached their destination, and the holiday is about to begin. You and I shall treat these merry days as one does a heavy-laden table, sampling the choicest bits here and there, it being beyond our power to experience the whole of it.
Ah, gentlemen.
As Mr. Pickwick alights from the coach, followed by his faithful servant, Sam Weller, he comes face to face with Mr. Wardle's favorite page, better known by the distinguishing appellation of the Fat Boy.
Aha, Fat Boy.
Aha, Mr. Pickwick.
I see you're fatter than ever. And you look rosy enough, my young friend.
I've been asleep in front of the taproom fire at the Blue Lion, waiting the coach. Master sent me over with the shay cart to carry your luggage up to the house.
Fine, fine. And how is everyone at the house?
All's well, sir.
Gentlemen, Tupman, Snodgrass, Winkle.
Here, Pickwick.
See who has been sent to meet us.
Aha, Fat Boy.
Aha! Aha, sirs. Welcome to Dingley Dell.
Oh, thank you, and glad we are to be here.
The Fat Boy was just reporting all well at the house. Fine spirit.
Have all the other guests arrived, Fat Boy?
I should hope, sir. Else there mayn't be enough food for the servants.
I think Mr. Winkle's interest centers in one particular guest, Fat Boy. Has the lovely Miss Arabella Allen appeared?
Yes, in shiny new boots with fur around the tops. The whole group of them is out walking in the fields now. Mr. Wardle, his 2 daughters, Miss Emily and Miss Isabella, ever so many.
And tell me, Fat Boy, is Mr. Wardle's sister in the walking party?
The spinster aunt, Miss Rachel? Aye, sir.
Oh, the young in heart are never old.
Well, Mr. Snodgrass, since Mr. Tupman pines for Miss Rachel, and Mr. Winkle for the lovely Arabella, and we have a healthy wish to see our friends, I suggest we walk forward at once.
Oh,
yeah,
agreed.
Oh, dear. Here we are is another style. Brother should have taken a different path. These styles do terrify me. Don't they do, Mr. Tupman?
Oh, why, no, Miss Wardle.
Oh, of course. I forget how brave and strong you are.
Oh, well, if I may take your hand to assist you...
Oh, sir. Well, if no one is watching.
Only your two nieces, but I see Mr. Snodgrass is assisting them.
Oh, yes, my nieces.
Now, Emily. Oh, Isabella.
They've raised their voices. Young girls have such spirit.
Oh, they have. It's quite delightful.
You may let go of my hand now, Mr. Tupman. I'm quite safe on the ground.
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
Tell me, Mr. Tupman, do you think my dear niece is pretty?
Why, I should if their aunt wasn't here.
Oh, you naughty man. But really, if their complexions were a little better, don't you think they would be nice-looking girls by candlelight?
Yes, I think they would.
Oh, you will? I know what you're going to say.
What?
You were going to say that Isabel stoops. I know you were. You men are such observers.
Why?
Well, so she does. It can't be denied. And certainly, if there is one thing more than another that makes a girl look ugly, it is stooping. I often tell her that when she gets a little older, she'll be quite frightful. Oh, well, you are a quill. Oh, what a sarcastic smile. I declare I'm quite afraid of you.
Afraid of me?
Oh, you can't disguise anything from me. I know what that smile means very well.
What?
You mean that you don't think Isabella's stooping is as bad as Emily's boldness. Well, she is bold. You cannot think how wretched it makes me sometimes. I'm sure I cry about it for hours together. My dear brother is so good and so unsuspicious that he never sees it. If he did, I'm quite certain it would break his heart. I wish I could think it was only manners. I hope it may be, but...
Miss Isabella is coming toward us.
Aunt, dear.
Oh, yes, my dear love.
Oh, I'm so afraid you'll catch cold, Aunt. Have my silk handkerchief to tie round your dear head. You really should take care of yourself. Consider your age. Oh.
Now we shall leave Miss Wardle and Mr. Tupman and look upon other scenes of this Pickwickian Christmas. After a hearty dinner that night came the ball. The best sitting room at the Manor Farm was a good, long, dark-paneled room with a high chimney piece. At the upper end of the room, seated in a shady bower of holly and evergreens, were the two best fiddlers in all Muggleton. The carpet was up, the candles burnt bright, the fire blazed and crackled on the hearth, and merry voices and light-hearted laughter rang through the room. If anything could have added to the interest of this agreeable scene, it would have been the remarkable fact of Mr. Pickwick's appearing without his gaiters for the first time within the memory of his oldest friend.
You mean to dance? Of course I do. Don't you see I'm dressed for that purpose?
Speckled silk stockings, smartly tied pumps. Oh, yes, Mr. Pickwick, you are indeed dressed for the purpose.
Well, you in silk stock.
And why not, sir? Why not, Mr. Tupman?
Of course, there's no reason why you shouldn't wear them.
I imagine not, sir. I imagine not.
They're a pretty pattern.
I hope they are. You see nothing extraordinary in these stockings? As stockings, I trust, sir?
Certainly not, sir.
Then I believe we are all ready. Let us have the music.
Music!
I shall start the reel. Stop! What's the matter? What's the matter? I shall never make such a good start again.
Where's Arabella Allen?
Where is Arabella? We can't begin without her.
And where too is Winkle?
Yes, Winkle! Winkle!
Here we are.
Aha! Sitting quietly in the corner.
What an extraordinary thing it is, Winkle, that you couldn't have taken your place before.
Not at all extraordinary.
Well, on second thought, looking at Arabella, well, I don't know that it was extraordinary after all. Eh, gentlemen?
While the guests dance, let us glance into the kitchen, where Sam Weller has engaged the fat boy in conversation.
So you say the family has games in the kitchen later tonight, yeah?
Always on Christmas Eve. Master wouldn't neglect to keep it up on any account.
Your master's a very pretty notion of keeping anything up. I never seen such a regular gentleman.
Oh, that he is. And don't he breed nice pork?
I'll tell you what, you young boa constructor. If you don't sleep a little less and exercise a little more, when you comes to be a man, you'll be laying yourself open to the same sort of personal inconvenience as was inflicted on the old gentleman as wore the pigtails.
Well, what happened to him?
I'm going to tell you. He was one of the largest patterns as was ever turned out. Regular fat man, as hadn't caught a glimpse of his own shoes for 45 years.
Oh.
That he hadn't. And if you'd put an exact model of his own legs on the dining table before him, he wouldn't have known them. Well, he always walks to his office with a very handsome gold watch chain and a gold watch in his fob pocket as was worth... I'm afraid to say how much, but as much as a watch can be. You'd better not carry that there watch, says the old gentleman's friends. You'll be robbed on it, says they. Sure I, says he. Yes, sure will, says they. Well, says he, I should like to see the thief as could get this here watch out, for I'm blessed if I ever can. It's such a tight fit, and whenever I wants to know what's o'clock, I'm obliged to stare into the baker's shop, says he. But at last one day, the old gentleman was a-strolling along, when up came a pickpocket and a little boy. The little boy rushes straight head foremost into the old gentleman's stomach, and for a moment doubles him right up with the pain. Murder, says the old gentleman. All right, sir, says the pickpocket, helping him to straighten up. But when he comes straight again, the watch and chain were gone, and what's worse than that old gentleman's digestion was all wrong ever afterwards, to the very last day of his life. So just you look about you, young feller, and take care you don't get too fat. And I might say the old gentleman's story holds a moral for nigh everyone around this time of feasting.
I'm so worn from fright at the story, I'll have to cut me a piece of mince pie to keep me going.
When the ball ended, all the guests repaired to the kitchen, where they joined the servants in swapping stories as they sat about the blazing fire and drank from the wassail. And it is feared that some of the party drank perhaps a bit too much. For example, Mr. Pickwick, who held a conversation with himself upon awakening the next morning.
Mr. Pickwick? Yes, sir. Do you have a confused recollection of having severally and confidentially invited somewhere about 45 people to dine with you at the George and Vulture the first time they come to London? I fear I have such a recollection, sir. Then I consider, sir, that is a pretty certain indication that you took something besides exercise on the night past. Yes, come in.
Good morning, sir, and a Merry Christmas.
Oh, yes, and thank you, Sam. The same to you.
I'll put your warm water on the table, sir.
Well, Sam, is it a frosty Christmas?
Water in the wash-hand basins of Muscovy, sir.
Severe weather, Sam.
Fine time for them that is well wrapped up, as the polar bear said to himself when he was practicing his skating.
True, yes, true. I shall be down in a quarter of an hour, Sam.
Very good, sir. There's a couple of sawbones downstairs.
A couple of what?
A couple of sawbones, sir.
What's the sawbones?
What? Don't you know what the sawbones is, sir?
I'm not the least abashed to admit I do not.
Oh, but I thought everybody knew the sawbones was a surgeon.
Oh, a surgeon, eh?
Oh, just that, sir. These here ones, as is below, though, ain't regular thoroughbred sawbones. They're only in training.
In other words, they're medical students, I suppose.
In other words, sir, one is the brother of Miss Arabella Allen, and t'other is his friend.
Capital, capital. I'm glad to hear. They're fine fellows, Sam. Fine fellows.
You haven't yet seen them, sir.
Nevertheless, I know they're very fine fellows, with judgments matured by observation and reflection, and tastes refined by reading and study. I'm very glad about it.
They're smoking cigars by the kitchen fire.
Ah, just what I like to see.
And one on 'em's got his legs on the table and is drinking brandy neat, while the other one, him in the barnacles, had got a barrel of oysters atween his knees, which he's opening like steam. And as fast as he eats 'em, he takes aim with the shells at the fat boy sleeping in the chimney corner.
Eccentricities of genius, Sam, eccentricities of genius. I must hurry down to meet them.
Well, here he is at last.
Merry Christmas, Snodgrass.
Merry Christmas. Pickwick, this is Miss Allen's brother, Mr. Benjamin Allen.
Pass me those oysters, Bob. No need to hog them all.
Righto.
Ben, we call him, and so may you if you like. Ben.
Huh? Oh, yes.
Mr. Samuel Pickwick.
Honored, sir.
I do, sir. Bravo, Bob. You almost hit the boy that time.
This gentleman here is Mr. Allen's very particular friend, Mr.
Bob Sawyer.
I seem to have missed out on a bit of humor.
No. We often laugh while eating. Good for the digestion.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm honored, Mr. Sawyer.
The same, sir. Pass the spiced beef, Ben.
Righto.
Well, Pickwick, we might as well partake of some breakfast ourselves.
Well, better set to it if you hope to get any. We've got great appetites. Bread, please.
There you go.
Splendid morning, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. Pass the mustard, Ben.
Wow.
Have you come far this morning, gentlemen?
Blue Lion at Muggleton.
Oh, you should have joined us last night.
So we should. But the brandy was too good to leave in a hurry, wasn't it, Ben?
And the cigars were not bad, or the pork chops either, were they, Bob?
Decidedly not. The very thought of that food renews my appetite for this breakfast.
Well, take away, Bob.
So I do, Ben. You know, there's nothing like dissecting to give one an appetite. Hey, please pass that fowl.
Right.
Hush, gentlemen. Pray, I see a lady approaching.
What? If it isn't my dear sister.
And Mr. Winkle.
Why, Ben, I didn't expect to see you.
Merry Christmas, Arabella.
Why are you here?
Come to take you home tomorrow.
Oh, no.
And the fame of the food at Manor Farm is not to be laughed at.
Oh, Ben.
Don't you see Bob Sawyer, Arabella? Your old friend Bob?
Lovely as ever, Arabella.
I'm pleased to see you, Mr. Sawyer. Ben, dear, have you been introduced to Mr. Winkle?
Oh, I've not been, but I should be very happy to be, Arabella.
My brother, Ben, Mr. Winkle.
Winkle.
Your servant, sir.
And this is my very particular friend, Mr. Bob Sawyer.
Cheerio.
How do you do?
Well, you two look rosy and healthy. I gather you had a brisk morning walk.
Oh, yes, Mr. Pickwick. It's delightful out if one keeps walking.
To keep up the circulation?
Circulation. Blood. I say, if any of you feel the necessity of being bled, I'm just your man.
Righto. Bob's a capital bleeder.
Oh, Ben, please.
Don't tell me you're a queasy person, Mr. Winkle.
Not in the slightest, sir.
Well, I suggest you two sit down and have a bit of breakfast. You must be ready for it after your long tramp.
And I insist that the lovely Arabella sit next to me.
Well,
It's been too long since last we saw each other. Allow me?
Thank you.
Aren't you going to sit down with us, Mr. Winkle?
Yes, I was...
Oh, there's a vacant chair between Mr. Snodgrass and Ben.
Thank you so much.
A thrill of hatred struck to Mr. Winkle's heart every time he glanced at Bob Sawyer and Arabella sitting together. And when Mr. Sawyer openly placed his hand over that of the fair young woman, Mr. Winkle put an oyster, shell and all, into his mouth, was on the point of swallowing it before realizing his mistake. He lived on the hope that after church he would be able to get Arabella to himself again. But alas, as things turned out, it was a luckless day for Mr. Winkle. It was after a substantial lunch had been done justice to that Mr. Pickwick said...
Now, what say you to an hour on the ice? We shall have plenty of time.
Agreed.
On the ice?
Ice skating, Winkle.
Capital idea.
Prime. You skate, of course, Winkle.
Oh, yes. But I'm rather out of practice. I'm not sure that I should.
Oh, do skate, Mr. Winkle. I like to see it so much. I'm sure you're quite swan-like on skates.
Really, Miss Allen?
Come, Winkle. Don't be modest.
Oh, it's not that. I just...
You wouldn't disappoint our fair Arabella.
Oh, please, Mr. Winkle. It's so graceful a sport.
Well, I should be very happy, I'm sure. But I have no skates.
Don't worry on that account, sir. We have half a dozen pair downstairs.
Really?
Oh, how delightful. Now you have no excuse.
Well, it seemed that way, doesn't it?
Well, come along, then. Though I admit I don't like the idea of your showing me up, Winkle.
Old Wardle led the way to a large sheet of ice, which Mr. Weller and the fat boy had swept clean of snow. Mr. Bob Sawyer adjusted his skates with a dexterity which to Mr. Winkle was perfectly marvelous, and performed many astonishing figures to the excessive satisfaction of the ladies. All this time, Mr. Winkle, with his face and hands blue with the cold, was struggling to get his skates on.
I say, Winkle, come out on the ice. Don't wait until I've exhausted my bag of tricks and then show me up.
Yes, Mr. Winkle, I'm waiting so anxiously to watch you. What's detaining you?
But I don't believe these skates fit me. Can't get them on.
Yes, sir. I'll help you with them.
Oh, don't bother, Sam. Don't bother.
No bother, sir.
I really think it's useless. Don't bother. Quite a misfit.
Misfit nothing, sir. You've been trying to put the skates on with the points behind.
Oh, well. So I have. Oh, dear me. How could I have been so stupid?
Teach me, sir, how you ever managed to get these straps so tangled. Now then, sir. Off with you and show him how to do it.
Stop them, Sam. Stop.
What's amiss, sir?
How slippery it is, Sam.
Not an uncommon thing upon ice, sir.
What?
Hold up, sir. You almost landed on your back
Well,
then.
these are very awkward skates, aren't they, Sam?
I'm afraid there's an awkward gentleman in him, sir.
Winkle!
Yes, Pickwick?
Come now, the ladies are all anxiety to see you give us a swan-like exhibition, as Miss Arabella puts it.
Yes, I'm coming.
Just a going to begin. Now, sir, start off.
Stop an instant, Sam.
You got to let go of me, sir, if you help to skate.
No, just stop a moment. I have something to tell you.
Yes, sir.
Why, I have a couple of coats at home that I don't want, Sam. Yes, that's it. You may have them, Sam.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Never mind touching your hat, Sam. You needn't take your hand away to do that.
All right. Here you go, sir.
No, wait. I meant to give you 5 shillings this morning for a Christmas box, Sam. I'll give it to you this afternoon, Sam.
You're very good, sir.
Yes, just hold me at first, Sam, will you? There. That's right. I shall soon get in the way of it, Sam. Oh, not so fast, Sam. Not so fast.
We're going like a snail, sir.
And not too far out, Sam.
You've scarcely left the edge, sir. But you never look like a swan, sir. Bit double like that.
Sam!
Yes, Mr. Pickwick.
Here, I want you.
Yes, sir.
No.
Let go, Mr. Winkle.
No.
Don't you hear the governor calling?
I need you more than he does,
But I
Sam.
must go to him.
Don't
Really,
leave
I
me,
must.
Sam. Don't.
Let go, sir.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sliding. I can't stop. I'll kill myself. Help! I'm going to run into Sawyer. Look out, Sawyer! Look out!
Oh, Mr. Winkle.
Are you hurt?
Oh, not much.
You, Bob?
Oh, not a scratch. Landed on top of Winkle.
Oh.
I wish you'd let me bleed you, Winkle.
No, thank you.
I really think you'd better.
Thank you. I'd rather not.
What do you think, Mr. Pickwick?
I think he should have his skates removed at once so he can stand up. Sam.
Yes, sir.
Take his skates off.
Yes, sir.
No. But really, I had scarcely begun.
And scarcely was too much. Take his skates off, Sam.
Yes.
I still think it's a capital idea to bleed him.
I'd rather not discuss it.
Now pick him up, Sam.
No. Oh.
There. See? You're in very bad shape, old fellow.
I am neither in bad shape nor your old fellow.
Step over here, if you will, Mr. Winkle. I'd like a word with you.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Pickwick.
You are a humbug, sir.
A what?
A humbug, sir. I will speak plainer if you wish it. An impostor, sir. You have disgraced the Pickwick Club.
I, sir?
You, sir, pretending that you could skate. Impostor. Humbug. This shameful exhibition shall be recorded in our journals for all the world to read, sir.
I say, Pickwick, how about trying the ice slide? You do slide, don't you?
Not since I was a boy, not in these last 30 years.
Oh, what's the difference? It's great sport. Come along.
Come along, too.
Well, perhaps I might just. Winkle, I leave you to consider your folly, sir.
I shall, sir.
Here I come.
We will let you go first, Pickwick.
I know to rat, sir.
Very well, Sam.
Very good. Keep the pot boiling, sir.
What mass of ice has disappeared?
Oh, Mr. Pickwick's gloves and handkerchief are floating on the surface. Oh, and where is poor Mr. Pickwick?
Our leader has gone down. Drowned.
Oh, dear. I think I shall faint.
To the rescue.
Look, a head is coming out of the hole. Now a face. It's Pickwick. Hurrah! He's still wearing his spectacles.
Keep yourself up for an instant, Pickwick, and we'll get you out.
Just hang on, sir.
Do you feel the bottom there, old fellow?
Oh, yes, certainly. I fell upon my back. The water's not over 3 feet deep.
Hooray! Long live the great Samuel Pickwick, our leader.
Help him out. And we shall carry him back to the house a hero.
Mr. Pickwick was confined to his room for the remainder of that Christmas day. But this did not disturb him, as all the guests assembled there, and a grand carouse was held in honor of his safety, and as a last fling of holiday celebration. The jovial Yuletide party broke up next morning. Mr. Pickwick and his friends once more took their seats in the Muggleton coach. If you are wondering what it was Mr. Winkle whispered to Arabella Allen at their departure, I cannot say. But I do know he said nothing at all to his traveling companions for a good 28 miles, and that his sighs were indeed heart-rending. If our observant lady listeners can deduce any satisfactory inferences from these facts, we beg them to do so, and thus write their own special ending to the Christmas chapter of the Pickwick Papers.
Pickwick Papers by Charles Dickens is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to the first episode of a 4-part treatment of Wuthering Heights by Emily Bronte. And remember that there is a world of information and entertainment to be found in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Christmas chapters of the Pickwick Papers was adapted for radio by Agnes Eckhart. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Philip Lord was featured as Samuel Pickwick, Mr. Tupman was played by Arthur Peterson, Mr. Snodgrass by George Kluge, and Mr. Winkle by Sidney Elstrom. Arabella Allen was played by Geraldine Kay, and Rachel Wardle by Hilda Graham. The narration was by John Barclay. Sam Weller was played by Jack Lester, Bob Sawyer by Charles Mountain, Ben Allen by Cliff Norton, and The Fat Boy by Johnny Coons. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. Today, many nations stand at the crossroads between free government and dictatorship. Those who still aspire to freedom look to America as a beacon and an example. It is up to us to prove that the democratic form of government does work by taking an active part in the affairs of our nation, state, and community. Freedom is your business. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Ben Tyler, Johnny. Transworld Fidelity.
Oh, hi, Ben.
Are you free at present?
If the price is right.
I mean, are you on a job?
It's beginning to sound like it.
Can you be on a plane for Algiers in 2 hours?
Sure. Who's the client?
Lorco Limited, Amsterdam. You know, they're the...
Diamond Cutters, an old firm. Big-time deals all over the world.
Check.
What happened?
Oh, one of their couriers just dropped dead in the Algiers airport.
Oh, too bad.
He was carrying a briefcase with $100,000 worth of set stones. Top-grade diamonds.
Don't tell me, Ben. Let me guess.
That's right, Johnny. The briefcase is missing.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during investigation of the Lorco Diamonds matter. Item 1, $324.60, transportation. A routine plane flight to North Africa and the city of Algiers. It was an easy trip, and I felt relaxed and comfortable. A feeling that was rudely terminated about 10 seconds after I got off the plane.
Why, Monsieur Dollar, are you not?
Yeah, that's right.
I am Inspector Marcus of the Algerian Customs Police.
Oh, how are you, Inspector?
Oh, quite well, monsieur, and vastly reassured now that you have arrived on the scene of the crime.
Oh?
You see, I have implicit faith in special investigators. I have encountered them in the past, so I have no doubt, but this little affair will prove most simple to you, monsieur.
I see.
I feel that in a mere matter of hours, voila, you will produce the guilty culprit like un lapin out of a chapeau.
Inspector, I'm beginning to feel a cold wind from the north. That's odd for this time of year, isn't it?
A mere passing breeze, monsieur. I shall now assume my official attitude.
And that is?
Extreme courtesy, complete cooperation, and the devoted service of my meager talents. On orders, you understand, from my superiors in Paris. And now, monsieur, if you will accompany me to my office.
Delighted to. After you, Alphonse.
My name is Pierre.
Oh, sorry. Just a whimsy.
Oh, yes, I know. I have heard the joke. Both jokes. This way, monsieur. A man from the local diamond firm is waiting for us. A special representative, so he informs me. And so, since you yourself are a special investigator, I could perceive a certain advantage in letting him give you the facts, as I believe you say it in the States.
Tie our tails together, sit back, and watch the fur fly. Is that it?
Well, he is a trifle excitable, but your metaphor, however, escapes me.
Oh, I doubt that, Inspector Marcus. In fact, I doubt if much of anything escapes you.
You are too kind.
Except, of course, $100,000 worth
I
of
spoke too hastily.
Vanished, disappeared, right under your nose.
Well, but there were extenuating circumstances.
Oh, I'll bet there were. Tell me something confidentially. Did your superiors in Paris really blow their tops?
Monsieur Dollar, if I may borrow one of your more colorful expressions, they said I had probably goofed.
I'd met that same attitude before with local officials. To them, sending in an outsider implied they couldn't do the job themselves. And Inspector Marcus was on an even hotter spot. The air terminal was a port of entry to Algeria, under his jurisdiction, Customs Police. As he said, he'd goofed. Maybe.
It is a matter which hath entire past all apprehension.
But he was right on one thing. Hans Zeindorf, the Lorco representative, was a trifle excitable.
In Amsterdam, it is unthinkable such thing have happened like this. Even in your New York, mein Herr Dollar, it cannot have happened. But here, in Algiers...
It have happened.
Yeah, this beautiful diamond gone. All gone. It's like barbarians. This Africa is no place for diamonds.
Maybe you ought to tell him that in Kimberley.
It's differently there. It's entire different.
All right, Mr. Zeindorf. Suppose you tell me just what happened.
Who can know, mein Herr? 15 years, this courier has worked for Lorco Company. We are think he is trustworthy. Entire trustworthy.
Well, even a trustworthy man can die of heart failure.
But he has never had this heart failing before.
All right, but...
Perhaps it would be better if I were to, with your permission, of course, Monsieur Zeindorf.
Yeah, you tell. I am not talk this English much good.
Precisely. These are the facts, Monsieur Dollar. The Lorco courier, a man named Paul Gruber, arrived on the plane from Amsterdam yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Did you know he was arriving?
I did not know, but the point is a very clever one. So, a short while before landing, Monsieur Gruber was taken suddenly ill. A doctor met the plane, and the stricken man was removed by stretcher and taken to the emergency clinic. In 20 minutes, monsieur, he was dead. Diagnosis, heart failure. Mais c'est la vie.
Was there an autopsy, Inspector?
Another excellent point, Monsieur Dollar.
Thank you.
Do not mention it. An autopsy is being performed this afternoon.
Good. So the courier died. And then the briefcase?
It was delivered along with his other personal effects, unopened, to the customs property agent here at the airport.
And his name, the property agent?
André Jourdain. He was very busy at the moment, left the briefcase lying on his desk, intending at the first opportunity to register and place it in the vault.
But the opportunity didn't come, is that it?
Precisely. Only a few minutes later, I heard a gunshot. Monsieur, he was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. He had been struck on the head. The briefcase was gone.
All gone. This beautiful diamond gone entire.
Yeah. When did you find out what was in the briefcase, Inspector?
Almost 2 hours later. I radioed the Lorco firm in Amsterdam, informing them of the death of their employee. They replied immediately and stated that the briefcase contained $100,000 worth of diamond set pieces.
Works of art. Beautiful. One brooch, one necklace, 2 bracelets.
Precisely. Yes. The jewelry was being flown here on approval for examination by a prospective buyer.
Name of the buyer?
The Countess Maria de Tolia.
What do you know about her?
Monsieur Dollar, if you had seen her, you would not ask. She is exquisite, lovely, chic, charming, spirited, full of the joie de vivre.
And no doubt loaded with potatoes.
With a woman like that, who would ever inquire?
I would. Since it looks as though she might be the only person in Algiers who knew that $100,000 worth of jewelry was coming in on that plane.
May we. But she could not have known that the courier was going to drop dead in the airport.
A good point, Inspector.
Merci, monsieur.
What about that property agent, André Jourdain? Any chance of talking to him?
But of course, if he is yet able to talk.
Then I guess I'll...
Talking is not enough, my man.
Relax, Mr. Zeindorf. You're covered by insurance.
Insurance is money. It's not my diamonds.
Oh, well, if you don't want the money, you can always waive your claim.
Waive my... Mein Herr Dollar, are you think that I am crazily, that I am entire crazily?
I talked to the plane crew who'd come in on the flight with the dying courier. I talked to Inspector Marcus's men who'd been with him when he found the property agent lying on the floor of his office. I didn't expect much, and I got just that. But it didn't matter. I figured I may have had my man spotted already. The same old story. An ambitious and underpaid government agent opening a briefcase to register its contents and seeing the diamonds there for the taking, hiding them quickly, then a fake slugging and firing a gun at a non-existent thief. Yeah, an old story. Expense account item 2, $3.40. Transportation into town and taxi fare to the Hospital of Our Lady of Sorrows. Inspector Marcus had phoned ahead to authorize my visit. One of the sisters led me down the corridor to the door of André Jourdain's room. She motioned silently and then turned away. I stepped inside and closed the door.
Here's the report. Monsieur?
You're Andre Jardine?
Mais oui, but yes. What do you want?
My name is Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator. My company is the underwriter on the Lorco Diamonds.
Why have you come here?
Well, to ask a couple of questions. Of course, if you'd like to consult an attorney before...
I have nothing to conceal, monsieur. What do you wish to know?
Just exactly what happened when that briefcase disappeared.
I have told it already to Inspector Markle.
Yes, I know. So now would you mind telling it to me?
But there is no... Bien. I was working at the files when someone entered my office. I turned around and saw a man standing there, pointing a gun at me.
Ever seen it before?
No, monsieur.
What did he look like?
Well, he was quite tall.
Heavy-set?
No, very thin, tall and thin. European, I believe.
All right. What did he do?
He ordered me to turn around, stepped up behind me, struck me with the gun. I fell against my desk. He grabbed the briefcase and ran to the door.
You were still conscious?
Oui, monsieur, but in terrible pain. I fumbled for my gun in the drawer of the desk and fired one shot. It is all I can remember.
Uh-huh. You hadn't by any chance opened that briefcase?
I had been too busy.
And you didn't know what was in it?
Not until they told me today.
Andre, I wonder if you'd mind if I lifted a corner of that bandage and took a look at that wound on your head.
If you are careful, it is very painful.
Oh, sure, I'll be careful. Lie still now, please. It'll just take a second. I'll lift this edge and...
I think I am lucky to be alive.
Yeah, very lucky. Okay, thanks.
It is nothing.
Andre, do you happen to know the Countess d'Atelier?
The Countess? Oh, monsieur, she is unquestionably...
Yeah, I know. She's lovely, exquisite, charming, chic. Well, thanks for your cooperation, Andre.
A pleasure, Monsieur Dollar.
Take care of that head. It's the only one you've got.
You Americans are so whimsical.
Oh, yeah, we're all crazily, entire crazily. My pet theory was starting to limp. That slugging wasn't phony. It had taken 14 stitches to close the cut in Andre's head. Whoever hit him hadn't been kidding. They meant it for keeps. I walked down the corridor and stood waiting for the elevator, thinking it over, trying to figure it out. But no go. I needed more facts. And a moment later, I got more facts.
Monsieur Dollar, I thought I would find you here.
A clever piece of deduction, Inspector.
Merci bien, monsieur.
Don't mention it. What's on your mind?
There should be something.
Well, there's got to be some reason for that smug grin. What happened? Did the thief confess?
Au contraire. I was on the point of asking what progress you were making on the case.
You will be happy to hear none at all.
Oh, that is too bad.
Inspector. Extreme courtesy, complete cooperation, the devoted services of your meager talents. Remember?
Touché. Actually, I came to tell you that I now have the report of the autopsy. The courier who died of heart failure. Only he did not die of heart failure, monsieur. Except, of course, in a very literal sense.
Well, what did he die of?
Poison.
Well, that was the end of a good theory. The courier had started to get sick on the plane, so the robbery and the murder had been planned well in advance of his arrival. By somebody who'd known he was bringing in diamonds. And so far, only one person fit the bill. As lovely, charming, and chic a suspect as you could ever hope to meet. The Countess d'Atelier.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Lorco Diamonds matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a lovely woman lies beautifully, and a sinister whisper drifts out of the Casbah. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is the Countess d'Atolia.
Oh, yes.
My maid tells me that you were trying to reach me by telephone.
That's right, Countess. I want to talk to you. Where are you now?
Well, at my residence, of course. Did you think I might come running immediately to your hotel, Mr. Dollar?
Not after hearing your description. I'm seldom that lucky.
What is it exactly that you wish to talk about?
$100,000 worth of diamonds and a dead man. I'm a special investigator.
I know who you are. I investigate before I call you.
Wow. Not only beautiful, but clever. This ought to be interesting.
I'm afraid I don't entirely understand your flippancy.
Then suppose I come over and explain it to you. Say around 8 o'clock?
I'll make a definite effort to be here.
You know something, Countess? I think it's about time somebody built a small fire right under that lovely little complacency of yours. I'll be there at 8 with matches.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Algiers, North Africa, to the Home Office Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment: the Lorco Diamonds matter. Expense account continued. Item 4, $6.80. Dinner and appetizers. I'm never any good trying to spar with a lovely female suspect on an empty stomach. I was finishing up on black Algerian coffee and white Algerian brandy when a slightly green-eyed Algerian police inspector sauntered up to my table.
Mon Dieu, Monsieur Dollar, you special investigators really do live well.
In the lap of luxury. Pull up a chair, Inspector. Join me in a sarsaparilla?
It is on your expense account?
Be my guest.
Merci, monsieur. Bon, my favorite brand.
Help yourself.
Merci.
Anything new?
Nothing at all. A complete impasse. À la votre santé.
Mm-hmm. What about the man who sat next to that courier on the plane? Find out anything about him?
No, I'm still working on it. Which is to say, of course, my men are working on it.
You police inspectors really do live well. I have to do my own legwork.
But the glory, Monsieur Dollar, to come into a mysterious affair which has all the local police baffled, and to solve it immediately in one brilliant feat of deduction, to leave everyone gasping with admiration, to make one's exit to the sound of great applause.
Not so fast, Inspector. I'm still back there with that brilliant feat of deduction.
You have not yet found the solution?
Just on the verge.
Then I will drink to your success. With your brandy, of course, and with your permission.
Go ahead. Drink up a storm. But I'm afraid I'll have to leave you pretty soon. But you can still go ahead.
No, monsieur. I suggest you change your plans. You will learn nothing which has any bearing on this matter.
Which plan do you mean?
That of questioning the Countess d'Atelier.
Who found that out?
As a matter of fact, she phoned me and inquired about you.
Oh, so that's how she investigated me. Went straight to headquarters.
Mais oui. Remarkable woman. Talented, beautiful.
Et cetera, and so on. And along with it, it's 9 to 1. She's in it right up to her pretty neck.
No. She's really not the type. This is an excellent brandy, monsieur. An Algerian brand, I notice.
All right, Inspector. Let's bypass the byplay and lay him out face up.
I think I prefer it to cognac.
I don't know how she does it, but she's got you hypnotized. Just mention of her name and you go into a tailspin, every cockeyed one of you.
Exquisite. Lovely.
Maybe so, but in my book, she's a real suspect.
Elucidate, monsieur.
Well, it's simple enough. She's the only person in Algiers, that we're sure of at least, who knew that a shipment of diamonds was coming in on that plane. Why? Because she's the one who ordered them.
Monsieur, it is even simpler. She could not have poisoned the courier because she was not on that plane. She could not have stolen the briefcase from the customs property agent because it was done by a man. So, where is your case?
An accomplice, a man, with the Countess calling the shots for him.
What man, monsieur?
Well, you got a good point there.
Merci bien.
Don't mention it. But from the influence she seems to have, it might be any man in Algiers. Inspector, it wasn't you by any chance.
You raise a very interesting point. Now, suppose the Countess should ask me to kill someone for her. I wonder what I would
do. A page boy came into the dining room looking for me. I followed him out and took the phone call in the hotel lobby. It was the American consulate with some information I'd asked for them earlier. I hung up finally and looked at my watch. I was already late for my appointment with the Countess. So I walked out the door of the hotel and flagged a taxi to the apartment of the Countess de Tolia. She lived in the swank genteel Bois de Louis, a residential district favored by top government officials and wealthy French businessmen. But the building she lived in was a little frayed around the edges, and the maid she'd mentioned was nowhere in sight. The pieces were starting to fit together.
Good evening, Mr. Dollar.
Countess?
Since you are here, won't you come in?
Thanks.
This way, please. I'm rather surprised that you came. I was really not expecting you.
Yes, I know.
Did Inspector Marcus find you?
Look, suppose we get it straight right now. You seem to have a lot of influence with the inspector, and probably with his superiors, too, from what I hear.
Sit down, Mr. Dollar.
Thanks. Well, do we play cat and mouse for a while, or do you want to give up right now, hand them over, and, as they say, throw yourself at the mercy of the court?
I would like a cigarette.
You could always claim that you fell in with evil companions, or that a man led you astray.
They're in the box there by your elbow.
A tall, thin man, for instance, with his collar turned up and his hat pulled down, carrying a gun when last seen after slugging a customs agent at the Algiers airport.
Mr. Dollar, are you opposed to smoking on moral grounds?
No, but I'm opposed to murder. Have a cigarette?
Thank you.
Light?
Is there any other way of smoking, then? Mr. Dollar, I expected you to come here and be annoying, but I didn't know you were going to be insulting as well.
That's just my mean personality.
You seem to be under the ridiculous impression that I actually had something to do with this crime.
I think you have plenty to do with it.
A sort of arch criminal, perhaps? Or what is it you call them in the States? Big shot?
Oh, Countess, you're a scream. I'll bet that courier died laughing.
If you have a reason for these opinions, or believe you have a reason, I think you'd better tell me about it. Otherwise, good night.
Oh, I have more than one reason. In the first place, I'm not certain that anyone besides you even knew the diamonds were being sent here. Except for the Lorco Company, of course, and they wouldn't be likely to advertise it.
Mr. Dollar, all of my friends and most of my acquaintances have known for 3 weeks that I'd ordered that jewelry.
Oh? Well, I have a copy here of a letter that was sent to you by registered airmail from the Lorco Company in Amsterdam a week ago today. According to post office records, you received it 2 days later. Remember it?
Yes, I remember.
It states the name, flight number, and time of arrival of that courier who was murdered.
I said I remember.
And it cautions you specifically not to give that information to anybody. So even if other people did know, you're the only one who knew the exact time the diamonds were coming in and exactly who was bringing them.
All right. Perhaps I am at fault in a way. There was a cocktail party at the government club the same evening I got the letter. I forgot it for a moment and told someone about it.
Who?
Just a girl I happened to be talking to.
What's her name?
It doesn't matter. She was just stopping over on a world cruise.
Anybody else hear you?
I don't know. The place was packed. Government men, business people, Army, Navy officers. Anyone might have heard.
Ah. Was Inspector Marcus at the party by any chance?
Yes. I spoke with him during the evening. Mr. Dollar, I'll admit I was wrong, but there is hardly grounds for...
All right. Let's get to point 3. The Countess Maria d'Attalia, Italian by birth, title inherited, old family. Goes back through one line, in fact, to Lucretia Borgia.
I did not poison the courier.
Your family estates were confiscated by Mussolini. Family migrated to Bizerti, and then to Lisbon for 3 years. You left them there and went on to London. Since the war, you've lived in Paris, on the Riviera, back to London, Mallorca, and finally here.
Have you been following me, Mr. Dollar?
The consulate was pretty thorough. Anyway, you're well known in the international set, accepted everywhere, and apparently able to get along fine on your title and your looks.
It is not very pleasant to be dissected while one is still alive.
As a matter of fact, you're flat broke. You've been living on credit for the last 4 months.
I think you have gone about far enough.
And yet 3 weeks ago, you ordered $100,000 worth of jewelry sent to you on approval. How did you plan to pay for it?
Get out.
Or did you know you wouldn't have to pay for it because it was never going to be delivered?
Get out of here. I don't have to listen to this. I don't have to answer your insulting questions. My private affairs are my own concern.
The ice finally melted, and now you're going to blow your top.
Get out, or so help me, I'll kill you.
You mean me, too?
You...
Oh, no, hey, put that down. Don't throw that. Why, you little devil.
Stay back. Let go of me.
Settle down, then, and stop throwing things.
I will do as I please. It is my house. So sorry.
Oh, good Lord. A woman who can even cry beautifully.
Leave me alone.
Oh, you're unbelievable, baby. The boys were right. You're everything they said you were. Oh, it's too bad.
Go away.
All right. But before I do...
What are you going... No, don't. Why did you kiss me?
Oh, it beats me. Just call it a sudden impulse.
Then you have changed your mind? You don't really think I'm guilty?
Oh, honey, I still think you're in this up to your ears. And I'll still bring you to trial if I can. And I still want to kiss you. You figure it out.
Why figure, Johnny? I liked it, too.
You ought to be locked up. If for no other reason, just to protect the guys who...
What is it, Johnny? What are you going...
That cigarette in the ashtray. Put it out fast. Get the windows open, all of them. Where's your kitchen?
Back through the hall. Johnny, what are you going to do?
Stay alive, if I can. It was gas fumes, one of the bottled gases they use for cooking in the higher-priced apartment districts. The concentration had been building up and finally seeped into the drawing room. If we'd lit another match, we'd have been blown to bits. The kitchen was dark, but I didn't dare snap a light switch. One spark would do it. So I held my breath and followed the sound and finally found the range. Every burner valve was wide open. I could vaguely make out a glass-pane door opening onto a terrace. I grabbed a breath of air and moved toward another door that looked as though it might open into a hall. It didn't. It opened into a closet, and on the closet floor there was a body.
What happened, Johnny? Why did you go... Johnny, who's that?
He's a man from the Lorco Company. Name is Zeindorf.
Zeindorf? But where did you find him?
Out there on the floor of a closet.
Why? What was he doing here?
You tell me.
I don't understand it. He has no business here. What is wrong with him, Johnny?
Well, right at the moment, he seems to be a little bit dead.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Lorco Diamonds matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a desperate fight in an Algiers alley, a killer is named, and a lovely lady confesses her shame. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar. Hello? Who is it? Hello? Hello?
Johnny, who is it?
I don't know, Countess. Maybe they weren't expecting a man to answer, or at least not me.
I would not know about that.
What about this guy who was lying unconscious in your closet? Would you know anything about that?
No, Johnny.
I didn't think you would. I'll give him another shot of those smelling salts.
I think he's coming too.
Good. Maybe he'll know about some of these things.
Yes, he will. Some of them. And of course he will tell you. I was hoping it would not be brought out. I did not want you to know.
Murder is usually brought out sooner or later.
Not murder, Johnny. It is not that simple.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Algiers, North Africa, to the Home Office Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Lorco Diamonds matter. Expense account continued. Item 6, $9.30. Smelling salts and a bottle of scotch. The smelling salts were needed for a double-talking fellow named Zeindorf, who'd managed to get himself gassed half to death in a closet. A representative of your client who suffered the $100,000 loss, Lorco Diamonds of Amsterdam. The scotch was for me.
Johnny, he doesn't like it. Should I go on holding them under his nose?
Yeah, sure. Keep shoving them at him until he's strong enough to fight you off. That's how smelling salts work. A person has to come to in sheer self-defense.
Nine, stop. Is more too plenty already. My nose is killed, dead. No more.
Maybe you've been poking it into the wrong places. What were you doing in that closet, Mr. Zeindorf?
It's nothing. I can tell you the entire thing in 2 words.
Use more if you need them, but make it good.
Nobody has found this beautiful diamond. Nobody has do anything. So I'm come looking for my own self.
In that closet?
9 is only for hiding. I am wait for everybody going away, going at sleep. Then I am going to looking.
In my apartment. What made you think they would be here?
You are pleased to forgiving me, Fräulein, but I am not taking the chance. I'm think to looking every place.
Who turned on the gas out there?
Do not ask it. I know nothing. I think I have sleeping some maybe, and when I have waking, I am died almost.
Yeah. Well, apparently somebody was out to get one of us at least. Hey, what about that maid of yours, Maria? Or is the one?
Of course. She... You know, that is strange. She disappeared about the time you arrived, slipped out without a word.
Does she live here?
I think she lives up in the Casbah. I hire her through the agency.
I see.
Do you think she did it?
Oh, the more I find out, the less I'm sure of. Maybe Mr. Zeindorf did it, trying to commit suicide over his missing trinket.
Nein. Suicide is one thing I am not. And I desist to listen no more. I am to leave here immediately.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zeindorf.
Yeah, what is it?
As I understand it, you boys in the international jewelry business are ordinarily pretty cautious in your dealings.
Yeah, the prudence, mynheer. Always the entire prudence.
That's what I mean. You always investigate a new client thoroughly before you take any chances. Is that right?
Is entire correct?
Johnny, no.
Then why did you send $100,000 worth of diamonds here to Algiers at the request of a woman who doesn't have a cent to her name?
Why, it is to me these things are always happen. Mynheer Dollar, I am the highest ethic of business. I cannot give you answering.
Well, one of you better give me an answering.
Oh, it is all right, Mr. Zeindorf.
Please, you tell Contessa.
All right. What he is trying to say, Johnny, is this. It did not matter about my financial standing because I was not actually client.
What do you mean? You ordered the stuff?
Yes. Several pieces on approval, so I could make a selection. Anything up to $20,000. Somebody else was paying for it. It was being given to me as a gift.
By whom?
A fellow countryman of yours. A man named Charles Barrett. He's been here 3 months. Lives on his yacht.
Mr. Zeindorf, how did you know this man Barrett would pay for the diamonds?
By the letter, mynheer.
What letter?
When I wrote to the local firm, I took the liberty of enclosing a letter written to me by Mr. Barrett.
His own authentical signings. We investigate immediately.
What sort of a letter was it?
He promised to pay for a gift of jewelry up to $20,000 of my own selection. In return for certain considerations.
What considerations?
Romantic, mynheer. It is a little present of the engagement.
Is that what it was, Maria? An engagement present?
Yes.
I see.
I think I go now. It's too much has happened in this place.
Is it all right to smoke?
Yeah, sure. The gas is cleared out. Here.
Thank you. I wish you hadn't kissed me, Johnny.
I thought you said you liked it.
I did. That is why I wish you hadn't.
Are you trying to say that...
Oh, relax, Johnny. I am not a child. No, I have not fallen in love with you any more than you have with me. But I could. Very easily.
Well, what about this man, Barrett? What's he like?
Oh, an overbearing, spoiled, middle-aged little boy.
The price sounds kind of high.
What else is there?
Ever think of working?
Where? At what? In Italy, yes. But you know what's open there for an impoverished countess.
Yeah, I know. And I suppose you can't get a work permit anywhere else, is that it?
Oh, forget it, Johnny. All I know how to do is be highly ornamental, say the right things to the right people, do the right things at the right time, and eat by stealing caviar at cocktail parties. You go hungry a lot that way.
Yeah, I guess it's rough. Well, don't let it throw you, honey. You're not the first girl who married for money.
What? I guess you don't understand. Nobody has said anything about marriage.
Oh, I see.
Well, Johnny, I imagine you will be leaving now. So, good night, Johnny. Goodbye.
For all the progress I'd made in the case, I might as well have stayed at home. Another fish off the hook. Logical suspect number one had been the customs property agent, Andre Jardine. But the blow on the head that sent him to the hospital hadn't been faked. And that, plus the fact the diamond courier had shown symptoms of poisoning before the plane even landed, seemed to leave Andre in the clear. And now, number 2, Maria Contestatelia, was apparently able to supply another answer every time she needed one. And her answers were backed up by Hans Zeindorf, Lorco's own representative. We were shortcutting through the harbor district when I began to realize that the same car had been behind us ever since we'd left Maria's. It was a low-slung English job, expensive and easy to recognize. Driver.
Oui, monsieur?
Hit the gas a little harder. See if you can shake that car behind us.
Mais oui.
The other car picked up speed to match ours and still held the same distance. Hey, try a couple of fast corners. I want to make sure.
Yeah?
The next place where the street narrows down. Stop fast. Swing crosswise. Block off the road. I want to stop that guy and have a talk with him. Hey, you understand what I mean?
Mais oui, monsieur. Just like in the movies.
Yeah, well, something like that. Hey, there's a place coming up. Let's have a go at it.
You do not worry. I will do it good.
Yeah, I only hope we've seen the same movies.
Now, monsieur.
I was out of the cab fast and running back down the street. The other driver had jammed on his brakes and finally skidded to a stop against the curb. I reached for the handle, jerked the door open, and the man inside came out swinging. A big man, little on the beefy side, but plenty tough. I didn't know him, never seen him before. He fought silently and fought hard, but he was a sucker for a lift. I knelt down on the pavement and started to go through his pockets. I hadn't even noticed the other car pull up.
Nom to explain, Monsieur Dollar.
Huh?
Do you merely plan to rob him, or do you also intend to cook him and eat him?
How you really get around, Inspector.
A policeman must socialize, monsieur. It broadens the outlook. Come, we walk. My chauffeur will take care of reviving your victim.
Do you happen to know the victim?
May we? He's Monsieur Charles K. Barrett of Chicago.
Maria's ex-boyfriend.
Something of the sort, I believe.
How did you happen to get here so conveniently?
Oh, I was following you. Farther back, of course.
Then why didn't you pitch in when the fight started?
And spoil such a remarkable display of fisticuffs?
Okay.
It is true the footwork was mediocre, but the verve, the enthusiasm, the violence, superb, monsieur.
I can't quite figure you, Inspector.
Well, sometime we must talk about it. Monsieur, you will be most happy to know that we have identified the person who occupied the plane seat next to the diamond courier.
Oh?
They shared a bottle of wine during the flight. Undoubtedly, that is how the poison was administered.
And who is the person?
A man named Bobo.
Bobo?
Oui. He is well known in the Casbah. He is a thief, smuggler, dope peddler, and, it is said, he can be hired as a killer.
Have you picked him up yet?
Well, I have not tried to.
Why not?
Why not? Monsieur, in the Casbah, at the sight of a uniform, everyone vanishes, like rabbits in their holes.
The Casbah, huh?
Another thing. The property agent who was struck on the head, Andre Jourdain, he has disappeared from the hospital.
Disappeared? How?
His window was open, the room was upset. It was very odd.
Yeah. Look, Inspector, I think I'll get on back to the hotel and get some sleep.
No, as you wish.
Yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Oh, there is one more thing, Monsieur Dollar.
Huh?
I think perhaps I should warn you of something, in the event you should call again on the Comtesse.
Warn me of what?
Well, 2 days ago, I installed a dictaphone in her apartment.
You what?
I must admit I found your conversation this evening most entertaining.
Inspector, you are a rat.
Oh, please do not concern yourself in the least. I am the soul of discretion.
Maybe.
Monsieur, I am a Frenchman.
Twice tonight, the Casbah had been mentioned. The strange, mysterious native quarter on the steep hill behind the city. Maria had said her maid lived there. And now Bobo, who'd given poison wine to the diamond courier. I had an angle, and I had some ideas. The picture was finally starting to make sense. But I needed some more answers. And the trail led into the Casbah.
There'll be another intriguing episode in our story of the Lorco Diamonds matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a bungling fool, a tightening net, and a violent death in a crooked alley of the Casbah. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is Abdul.
Abdul?
You don't know me.
So?
I have the little business.
Well, I'm so happy for you. I hope it's doing well.
Not bad.
Okay,
you
what?
You don't know me, but you're looking for me.
Now, look, Joe, Abdul.
It is a business to get jobs for people, for servants.
Oh, the employment agent.
Ah.
Have you got the address of that girl who worked for the Countess d'Atalia?
Oh, sure. You're very lucky. She's very pretty.
You've got the wrong idea, Abdul. I just want to talk to her.
Sure.
Where does she live?
For $20, I will remember.
I'll give you 10.
No, she's worth more.
Look, knock it off. I got to find her and talk to her fast while I'm still alive. And while she is.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Algiers, North Africa, to the Home Office Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Lorco Diamonds matter. $100,000 worth missing. Expense account continued. Item 9, $15 even. Gratuity, tip, gift, bonus. Why kid about it? There was a bribe. To a man named Abdul for the address of a girl named Chada. An address up in the native quarter, the Casbah. But the idea wasn't romance, no matter what Abdul thought. 4 hours earlier, in the Countess d'Atalia's apartment, somebody had turned on the gas and tried to kill one or both of us. It was 9 to 1 that the somebody was Chada the servant. I wanted to ask her why. I'd put my coat on and was just on the point of leaving my hotel. I slipped a gun into my side pocket and moved over to the door. How is it?
Charlie Barrett. The guy you beat the daylights out of a couple hours ago, you know what I mean? No hard feelings, Charlie. I just want to talk it over.
All right, Barrett. What's on your mind?
You object if I come inside? It's kind of personal, you know what I mean?
Probably. All right, come on in.
Much obliged. Hey, I didn't know who you were, but when we got in that little fracas, that there cop told me about it afterward. Man, you really got a wallop on you. You make a fella know he's had it, you know what I mean?
Is that why you're here, a post-mortem on the fight?
No. That's done and over. You whipped me fair and square, as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, Barrett, if you've got anything to say, let's have it fast. I'm in a hurry to get out of here.
Oh, well, I sure don't want to take up no more of your time than necessary. I know how it is. Of course, I'm on vacation now, but back in Chicago, I'm in the meat business.
Look, Barrett, would you
At
please?
least in a way I am. I'm in byproducts, actually. You know what they say? Use everything but the squeal. Well, I'm the fella that cans the squeal, you get it?
Oh, brother.
What I come here for was maybe to get it straightened out about that dame.
Do you mean the Countess d'Atelier?
Countess. Them titles are a dime a dozen. I can buy them, sell them like sausages.
Well, what about her?
Now, look, neighbor, I was figuring to come here and put it to you man to man. You know what I mean?
I know what I'm beginning to think you mean.
I figure when you seen my position, you'd want to do the square thing. Like anybody on the right side of the fence would. You with me, neighbor?
You better drop that neighbor business. I've moved.
Well, Dollar, the thing stacks up like this. Now, I already had my claim staked there before you even got in town. I got a lot of money invested in that dame.
Barrett, so help me.
I've been taking her around places, you know, feeding her, buying her, one thing and another. Why, I was even going to kick through for a 20-grand chunk of ice for her. Well, she and I had that fight last week.
You what?
That dame's got highfalutin ideas.
What fight? What are you talking about?
Well, I just put it to her, cold turkey. I told her she had to quit Jenny flipping around with all those other fellas. Or I just wasn't going to have nothing more to do with her. Well, that made her mad, you understand? She lit into me. Man, you ought to hear that dame talk. When she's mad, you'd think
Hey,
that
look,
she...
when was this fight? Was it before the diamonds were sent here?
Well, sure. Sure, I said if that's the way she was going to act, she could forget about them diamonds. Well, I ain't seen her since or talked to her, but I just can't seem to get her off my mind. Now, look, Dolly, you was in her apartment there for 2 hours and 40 minutes tonight, and I don't like it. It bothers me.
Strictly business, Barrett. And I got to get going.
Now, wait a minute, Dolly. Just wait a minute. We still got something to settle here. Like I told you, I got money.
Barrett, get out.
You better hold your horses. I don't know if you know the name, C.K. Barrett, if that means anything to you. But I got influence back there in them United States.
So it's the hard way, huh?
Look, you just work for that company of yours. You're nothing but an employee. And if you think you can talk to me like you can to some of these foreigners, then here, now.
Still a sucker for a left. Hello, room service. This is Johnny Dollar. Some drunk just wandered in here and passed out. Will you send up a couple of boys to drag it out in the hall? Expense account item 10, $5.30. A tip to the bellboys and taxi fare to the Casbah. The taxi dropped me off at the end of the causeway, and from there on I walked. It was late, well after midnight, but the narrow, crooked alleys were teeming with life. Some of it out in the open, some of it under cover. Small groups of people met together here and there along the cobbled streets. Men of 24 tongues and dialects. And women, too, slipped silently in and out of the dark doorways, or crouched over tables in the dim-lit cafes and coffee houses. Groups usually fell silent when I passed and stared with hostile curiosity. The Casbah, backwash of North Africa. Little known, seldom bothered, and scarcely policed. And for an outsider, especially at night, more dangerous than dynamite. The address Abdul had given me turned out to be a coffee house, but it could still be legitimate. And there was only one way to find out.
What do you want?
I want to see Chana.
What for?
Private reasons.
Chata's not here.
Where can I find her?
Take a seat. Table in the corner. Maybe she come.
I took the seat, ordered coffee, and waited. A wrinkled old Arab squatted on a rug in the middle of the room and played strange, weird melodies. Gradually, the other patrons went back to their conversations, ignoring me completely. In fact, pointedly. 20 minutes passed. The girl didn't show.
You will, of course, not object, monsieur, if I take the liberty of joining you?
No, sit down.
Merci. So, you wish to see Kat?
Yeah, that's right. Do you know her?
Oui. I know her very well.
Know where to find her?
But naturally, monsieur. I always know where to find her. She's my woman.
Oh, so you're the man they call Bobo.
Oui, monsieur.
The man who poisoned the diamond courier.
Oh, monsieur, it is true that I gave him some wine. A little, not much. But I think perhaps it was a bad vintage. Yes, most unfortunate.
It was for him.
Well, perhaps it was for the best. Life is so uncertain. But I do not wish to think of such unpleasantness. Instead, let us talk about diamonds.
Let's talk about killing, or attempted killing. Is Chanta the one who turned on the gas in the Countess's apartment?
It is possible that she did that.
On whose orders?
It was nothing personal, monsieur. I didn't even know that you were going to be there.
I see. Then you really meant to...
Diamonds, monsieur. That's enough of this foolish talk of killing.
All right. All right, what about the diamonds?
You were sent here by the company that has insured them. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's right.
And this company would like very much to recover these diamonds?
That's why I'm here.
C'est bien. Now, I'm told that these companies sometimes give large rewards. Agree to an arrangement of a sort?
Make a deal, you mean? With no questions asked.
Yes, exactly. Now, is this thing true, monsieur? Is it possible that you would...
Do you have the diamonds, Bobo?
Well, let us say that I'm able to direct you to their location.
You could almost call that a confession.
What does it matter, so long as we are in the Casbah?
Oh, yeah, sure. I imagine you have been spotted all over the place.
At least 30, right in this room. I am in no danger here, monsieur.
Tell me something. You didn't pull off this job by yourself. Who else was in on it?
I only wish to talk about the diamonds. Well, can we come to an arrangement?
Bobo, I don't make deals with murderers.
It is better that you do not use such words, monsieur.
It's true, though, isn't it?
That is not the question. It is only that I resent the insulting way in which you...
Calm down.
Why you coming here? Bobo! Wait. Did you arrange for the police to come here, monsieur?
I'm as surprised as you are, Bobo.
Consider this matter of the deal. We will talk more at some other time, eh?
The patrons rushed for the doors, and in 1 minute flat, the coffee house was empty. Even the owner was gone. I was the only one left. 3 minutes later, the inspector, with a flying squad of 20 men, came bursting in from the street.
Well, Monsieur Dollar, I'm happy to find you are still alive.
Why don't you get lost somewhere?
For you, I think it most fortunate that we arrive in time.
Oh, sure, in time to foul up the only lead I had in this case.
To lose a suspect is better than to lose one's life, monsieur.
Look, Inspector, I was holding a gun in my pocket, covering Bobo from the second he sat down at the table.
But, monsieur,
30 men or not, if it had come to a showdown, he couldn't have done a thing. Because he'd have been the first one to get it, and he's smart enough to have known that.
But I thought
Let's face it, Inspector, you've done it again. You goofed.
But I was only thinking perhaps... Oh, Dieu, what is to happen next?
The shooting was somewhere outside, but it hadn't been the police. All of the inspector's men were inside the coffee house. He gave them orders quickly, and they fanned out to search the area. The streets were empty now, dark and silent, not a soul in sight. We split up into pairs. I worked with Inspector Marcus for a while, and left him and searched alone along a narrow side passage. And that's where I found him. He'd been shot 3 times in the back, and he was dying.
Monsieur Dollar.
Yeah, Bobo.
You can't forget that deal, I think.
Yeah. It's a little too late for deals now. Who was in on it with you, Bobo? Look, you've got nothing to lose by talking. You know that, don't you?
Accept my honor, monsieur. As a citizen of the Casbah.
Who shot you?
A dragon, monsieur. 12 feet tall, with fiery eyes.
All right, Bobo, all right. But just tell me this, just one thing. Are you the man who attacked the property agent at the airport, the man who slugged Andre Jourdain?
Oui, monsieur. I do it very good. No, almost I kill him. It's too bad.
A minute or two later, Inspector Marcus came up, and we stood there looking down at the dead man lying on the stones of the alley. He was a short man, stockily built, with wide shoulders and a deep chest. There was the body of a man of action, of accomplishment. But he'd chosen to be a smuggler, dope peddler, thief, and killer. And now he had become the victim of another killer.
Did he say anything, monsieur? Was he able to talk?
Yeah, enough.
Eh? What is it you mean, monsieur? Do you know who is guilty of this?
Yeah, that's right, Inspector. I know the whole story now. The whole filthy, rotten story.
There'll be the final intriguing episode in our story of the Lorco Diamonds matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow night, the odds are set. The last chip is down. It's the last spin of the wheel. And death is the croupier. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Maria.
Maria. Well, isn't it kind of late at night to call?
You've got to help me, Johnny. I'm being followed.
Aren't you at home?
No, it's a little cafe on the waterfront. I came in here to phone.
Why the devil did you have to go out? Everything was set up. If you'd stayed home, you'd have been safe. What are you trying to do, get yourself killed?
Johnny, this is no time.
Where are you? What's the name of the place?
The Marrakesh, number 41 Rue de la Mer. I'm afraid to go outside.
No, whatever you do, don't go outside. Stay right where you are until I get there.
But Johnny...
Take your choice, Maria. It's either that or wind up on a marble slab.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. You know better than anybody. Now stay there.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Algiers, North Africa, to the Home Office Transworld Fidelity Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Lorco Diamonds matter. $100,000 in jewels stolen and a murder. Expense account continued. Item 12, $2.20. Taxi fare to the waterfront of the Marrakesh Cafe. There was no time to lose and no time to get help from Inspector Marcus. A half hour earlier, he'd set a trap, and he and his men were staked out around Maria's apartment house waiting. But apparently, she'd gone to the cafe before he got there. So now the whole thing had blown wide open. The Rue de la Mer was a dead-end street close to the water, deserted at this hour of night. A couple of dim street lights and a light over the door of the Marrakesh Cafe. Everything else was in darkness. There was no movement, no sign of life.
Over here, Johnny. When you got here?
No trouble so far. Huh?
No. Except with that sailor over there. He finally passed out.
Oh, you're probably used to that kind of trouble. Cigarette?
Yes, thank you.
Now, what were you doing down here at this time of night?
I was visiting a friend.
Is that the friend's car parked out at the curb?
Yes.
Charlie Barrett, huh? The meat packer from Chicago who was going to give you the Lorco diamonds. Well, I figured he'd got over his mad spell.
How did you know about it?
He told me just before I knocked him out for the second time tonight. He said you two had a fight over a week ago, and that he'd told you he wasn't buying any diamonds after all.
Well, it was just...
For a while, I thought I had you tagged again. I wondered why you hadn't canceled the order when you'd been told he wasn't going to pay for the stuff.
Johnny, it was just a talk. I knew he would come around.
Yeah, well, that's about the way I figured it. Another explanation. So I let you off the hook again.
Why, Johnny? Why have you been trying so hard?
Trying what?
To find some way of involving me in this.
Well, the facts just seemed to turn up. I wasn't trying to find them.
It made a big difference, didn't it? Learning about Mr. Barrett.
Learning what about him?
That I was accepting a $20,000 gift from him.
Why should it? Your life's your own.
It did, though. Before that, you were... Well, seemed to be interested.
Sure. You're a very beautiful woman.
And that's all it was?
What more did you want?
All right, Johnny. Forget it. I don't blame you.
Hey, tell me something. What about Barrett? Now that you've kissed and made up, is the engagement back on again?
I haven't decided yet, Johnny.
Well, come on. Let's get out of here. I'll take you home.
Do you think it's safe?
There was no sign of anybody around when I came in. Whoever it was probably got scared off.
Oh, I was scared to death. When I saw the lights of the cafe, I jammed on the brakes and ran for the door. The other car was right behind me.
Get a look at the driver?
No.
How'd you get hold of Barrett's car? Borrow it?
He gave it to me.
Not a bad night's work. It's a good car. Get in.
You really play rough, don't you, Johnny?
Sometimes. It depends on... Get down, quick, back of the car. It came from across the street. It's pitch black over there.
What are you going to do?
Look, Maria, you're safe as long as you're back of the car here.
Well, what about you?
I can't get a shot from here. I'm pinned down. I'm going to make a run for that stone curb. Try to draw a shot and see where the flash comes from.
Be careful, Johnny.
Oh, don't worry, kid. I'm the carefulest guy you ever saw. All right, now sit tight. Here goes.
Are you all right, Johnny?
Yeah, I think I got him spotted. Let's see just how close I get.
There's somebody running away.
Yeah, so do I. Now, where the devil? Why don't they get some streetlights down there?
That car that's starting up.
Yeah, I see it.
They're getting away.
One lucky shot might... Give me your keys. Wait here. I'm going after
No,
him.
no, I'm going with you.
Then pile in. Hurry up. Let's go. A few blocks away, I picked up the taillights of the other car and poured on the gas to keep hanging on. We roared through the empty streets along the waterfront, then swung into the coast road and headed out of the city. The model I was driving had been built for road racing, and barring accidents, I didn't figure the car ahead had much chance of shaking me. It was a narrow, winding road following the rocky edge of the headlands, and the curves were sharp and dangerous, especially at the speed we were traveling. Finally, it happened. The car ahead roared up a steep grade and missed the curve at the top. It rolled over and over, the headlights cutting crazy patterns in the blackness as it plunged down towards the beach. I finally braked to a stop about 30 yards from the wreck, jumped out and started toward it, and just then... the gas tank caught and burst, and the car exploded into a tower of flames. I caught a glimpse of the driver, pinned in the wreck. Then the fire took over and covered him. And I knew one thing was certain. He'd had it.
It's dying down.
Yeah. The gasoline is all burned down.
Oh, what a terrible way to die.
What way isn't?
I guess... Johnny, could I have a cigarette, please?
Yeah, sure. Here you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, light up, Maria, while you watch him burn.
What a horrible thing to say.
It's quite a relief, though, isn't it, knowing you're safe now?
Well, of course it's a relief when someone has just tried to kill you, and now you know that they...
That's true, but it's not what I meant.
I don't think I understand you.
What I meant was you're safe, because now he won't be able to talk.
Able to... Who won't be able? Do you mean you know who's in that car?
Of course, and so do you. It's the customs property agent, Andre Jardine.
Andre?
Sure. Who else would have any reason to kill you, since he was the only one left after... Oh, I guess you haven't heard about it yet. Bobo's dead, too.
What? Who is Bobo?
Your other partner. Andre shot him in the back earlier tonight up in the Casbah. So you're doubly safe now, Maria. They're both dead. And for everything else, you've got an explanation. With just one exception.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, now, don't be modest. Actually, it was quite a scheme, whether you thought it up or Andre did.
Oh, you are out of your mind.
The idea was to make sure the diamond courier died, either on the plane or at least before he got through customs. That way, the courier's briefcase would be sent to Andre's office. Then Bobo was to help Andre fake the stick-up. But Bobo turned out to be a tough cookie.
This may be true,
Instead of sticking to plan, he decided to go for broke. When he slugged Andre, he tried to make it stick, but Andre managed to reach his gun, so he ended up in the hospital instead of the morgue.
What has all this got to do with me?
Then Andre got the idea of a double-cross. He left the hospital, went into the Casbah to look for Bobo. He found him, and he killed him.
I still don't see
His next step was a natural, to knock you off and keep the whole take for himself. We expected it, and we were ready for him. Inspector Marcus is staked out right now at your apartment house, waiting for Andre to show up. We didn't know you'd already gone out earlier.
Well... all of this may be true, Johnny. But why do you insist on trying to fit me into the picture?
Because that's where you belong. I mentioned the fact that you'd been able to come up with an explanation every time you needed it, with just one exception.
What exception?
Both Andre and Bobo have tried to kill you this evening. Why? Unless you were in on this thing. What reason would they have?
Well, I don't know. Of course. Why should I know? I don't know why they tried to kill me, Johnny.
Oh, a good answer, Maria. And it'll probably work. Yeah, you figured that one out fast.
I don't know what you mean.
No, of course you don't. Well...
who has the diamonds?
I will before morning.
Johnny, why couldn't you...
Knock it off, kid. You got the wrong guy. It won't work with me.
It could.
Sure, I know. You're beautiful, charming, lovely. And you're rotten. Rotten right to the core.
What are you doing, Johnny?
Going back to town.
Well, wait for me.
Goodbye, Maria.
Johnny, wait! Johnny!
An hour later, I was out at the air terminal in the customs property office watching Inspector Marcus open a vault.
Mon Dieu, what a nuisance. Always they make these combinations so difficult.
That's the general idea, Inspector.
True, but still one would think that... there we are. And now, if you are correct, Monsieur Dollar, we shall soon have our hands...
There, that briefcase in the corner.
Oui. It is the one.
Good. Let's have a look at it.
It will be necessary to force the lock.
Here, pry it open with this. Looks like an easy one.
It is merely a matter of... Voila. Ooh, beautiful, no?
Yeah. Too beautiful.
Tell me something, Monsieur Dollar. What made you know that Andre Jardine was guilty?
Something Bobo said, just before he died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He confessed he was the man who had slugged Andre. But Andre had described his assailant as tall and thin. Bobo was short with a stocky build. Andre had lied.
And all this time, the diamonds were right here in this vault to which Andre, as property agent, had access.
Can you think of a safer place? Hey, Inspector, what about Maria D'Attoria?
Well, I am inclined to agree with you, Monsieur Dollar, but, well...
Yeah, I know. Nothing but suspicion.
Precisely. If I were to file charges and bring her to trial on such evidence as this, well, she would cry a little, perhaps, and look very beautiful. And, monsieur, the court would hang me, not her.
Yeah, you're right. You could never make it stick.
C'est la vie.
Expense account item 13, $624.80. Hotel, meals, and incidentals in Algiers and transportation back to the States. Expense account total, $1,214.60. End of expense account. End of report. Remarks? social item, to be circulated widely. The Countess Maria d'Attolia was married yesterday to C.K. Barrett, a big tycoon in the meat business. The happy couple will make their home in Chicago. All companies in that area who may be asked to underwrite insurance on the life of C.K. Barrett don't. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be a new exciting story on Johnny Dollar beginning next Monday.
Next week, the Broderick matter, an exciting chase after a charming, beautiful girl. After all, who wouldn't? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Lillian Bayef, Jack Moyles, Victor Perrin, C.K. Barrett, Lawrence Dobkin, Forrest Lewis, and Jay Novello. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Murder at midnight.
You're lying, Donner. You know you're lying. And you know it won't do you any good. Because this time I'm going to pass judgment. Myself. 15 years. I've been thinking about this. Dreaming about it. My fingers around your throat. Digging into that flabby windpipe of yours. Tighter. And tighter. Till you stop struggling ever. Yes. And now, I've got a nice grave all ready and waiting for you. Right next to your friend.
Murder at midnight.
3 graves yawning on a lonely, fog-bound island, waiting. For whom? You'll learn the answer in just a moment in tonight's story, The Island of the Dead. And now our story, The Island of the Dead, an original radio play by one of radio's best-known mystery writers, Robert Newman. A story of a dead man who came back. It's a small island, flat and barren, lying in the middle of the river. And it's truly an island of the dead, for it's the city's Potter's Field. It's here that the nameless dead are buried, those who have no relatives to claim them, and those who are too poor to pay for burial elsewhere. At one end of the island is the pier, where the city launch docks. At the other end of the island, in the midst of the shallow graves, is a squat stone building where the watchman lives. It's 11:30 at night now, and he's sitting in the office, reading a paper and listening to the river sounds when...
Who's there? Who's that? I said, who's there? Who the devil are you? What do you want?
I think that this is where I'm supposed to come.
What do you mean? Hey, wait a minute. Are you the new relief man?
My name is Simon.
I'm Halliday. From now on, lay off that stuff, will you? This place is bad enough without you spooking around, not answering when someone talks to you.
Bad?
The crying bells, you know what the job is, don't you? Receiving the stiffs that they send out, keeping the records and digging the graves. You'd be all alone, except for Joe, the guy that runs the launch up at the other end of the island. He only comes out when he has to.
Yes, I know.
Well, I'll go change me shirt and blow. I didn't think they were going to be able to get a relief man until next week. I'm sure glad you got out here tonight. This place was really starting to get me down. And I'll be out in a couple of minutes. Simon, where are you?
Over here.
I didn't know where the blaze had gone. What in thunder are you doing?
Digging. Digging some graves.
I see that. 3 of them. What for?
Because they'll be needed before the night is over.
Huh? You mean they called up and told you to get them ready? It's funny. I didn't hear the phone.
No. No one phoned.
Well, then why are you doing it?
I told you. I think they'll be needed.
You think? Look, I'm going right now. I'll be back tomorrow night. Unless I decide not to come back at all.
Wait a minute, Harry. I don't get it. Who are you talking about? And when did I see him?
The new relief man. Just came out about a half hour ago. You must have seen him. This is the only way you can get out to the island.
That's why I don't get it. If anybody did come out to the island, I'd be bound to see him. But no one did. Not tonight.
What? What do you mean?
I mean, I only made one trip out tonight. I didn't have no passengers. At least not live ones. All I brought out was a stiff.
Marsh?
Yes, speaking.
Is this Mr. Alec Marsh, the attorney?
Attorney? Well, I used to be one. I haven't practiced law in over 10 years. Who's this?
This is the watchman at the city cemetery out on Channel Island. I'd appreciate it very much if you'd come out here immediately.
Come out there? In the middle of the night? What for?
To identify a body.
To what? What makes you think that I can identify it?
I have reason to believe that you are one of the few people who can identify it. It's quite urgent. If you take the launch at River Street, I'll meet you at this end. Will you do it?
Well, I don't know. It's a funny business, but... Well, all right. I'll leave right away.
Is it much further to the island?
Nope. You can't see it because of the fog, but it's right ahead there.
Is this something new? Getting people to go out to the island to identify bodies? Don't they usually do it down at the morgue?
Yeah, mostly, but once in a while I get some dope after the body's been shipped out to the island.
Well, I don't like it, any part of it. Getting a man out in the middle of the night. This trip, especially with a river like this, not being able to see anything. Just the whistles and the foghorns. And then landing there on the island where... Oh, for 2 cents, I'd go right back with you. Not go ashore at all.
Well, here we are. Just let me make a fast. Okay. Well, you getting off?
I don't know. I'll tell you what. The man that phoned said he'd meet me. I'll go up to the end of the dock. If he's not there, I'll come back.
Okay.
Mr. Marsh?
Yes? Was it you who phoned me?
Yes. Will you follow me, please? This way.
How the dickens can you see where you're going when it's so dark?
You get used to it. Just as you get used to anything. As a matter of fact, it's probably just as well it is so dark.
Why? It couldn't be worse even in daylight, when you can see the grades. But how did you happen to call me on this business anyway?
I told you. Because you're one of the very few people who can be of any help. Weren't you the attorney for the defense in the Sloan case?
Sloan? Sloan? I can't remember. Simon Sloan.
Yes.
I'm not sure. If I was, it was a long time ago.
More than 15 years. But you should remember.
Yes, I think I was. He was convicted on a charge of murder in the second degree and got 20 years. With time off for good behavior, he's probably out now and... Wait a minute. Is that who you want me to identify? Is he dead?
Here we are. Watch the step going in.
Well, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to put on the light?
No, not yet.
What was that? The door. You locked the door. What's the idea? What are you trying to do?
That's just so we won't be disturbed.
Disturbed? Well, who's going to disturb us? I insist you put on the light. Open that door immediately.
We were talking about the Sloan case. You admitted that you were the attorney for the defense. Do you feel that you did a good job of defending him?
How do I know? How do you expect me to remember? The fact that he was convicted doesn't mean that it was my fault. Besides, what's that got to do with you?
Did you think that he was guilty?
How do I know what I thought? What difference does it make? He pleaded guilty.
He wasn't guilty. He didn't want to plead guilty. Who made him change his plea?
I did, so what?
Very well.
There. Where it... You. It's you. You're Simon Sloan.
The dead man from the island of the dead. 3 waiting graves. As the clock moves steadily towards the witching hour, prepare yourself for murder at midnight. Now, to go on with the story of the island of the dead. Just a moment later, there is silence in the small bare room as Marsh stares at the strange figure that stands opposite him. Then slowly, his face pale and drawn, he sinks into a chair.
You shouldn't have done this to me. I told you I'm not well. I've got a bad heart.
Why did you do what you did to me? Why did you make me change my plea to guilty?
I had to.
Why?
Because Donna, the district attorney, made me. He wanted the conviction to build up his record, and he had something on me, an attempted bribery in another case. What are you going to do to me? I've got to get away from here. I'm a sick man, I tell you.
I'm not going to do anything to you. You can go now, if you can. There. The door's open.
Why are you looking at me like that? You think I can't make it, don't you? And that's why you're letting me go. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you. I just have to take it easy and...
No, I didn't think you would make it. That is why I am not angry at you. Now I have a place for you. Right outside here. For you and for some others, too.
Hello?
Mr. Donner?
Yes, who's this?
This is the watchman at the city cemetery out on Channel Island. We have a body out here that we'd very much like you to look at.
A body? What for?
We think that possibly you may be able to identify it.
And what makes you think that?
Well, after all, you were district attorney for several years.
What? Why, I haven't been DA for... What's that got to do with it?
It may have a great deal to do with it. Will you come? The launch leaves from the foot of River Street.
Yes, I know. Something very strange about this, but... All right, I'll come. Will there be someone to meet me at the other end?
Yes, Mr. Donner. I'll meet you. I'll be waiting for you.
Is it usual to have someone try and identify a body when it's already in a grave?
Well, no, it's very unusual. But this was a rather special case. I'm sorry I haven't any flashlight, but I do have a candle. There.
Good Lord.
Then you do know him?
Yes, I know him. His name is Marsh, Alec Marsh. He was disbarred about 10 years ago. When did he die?
About an hour ago.
But that's impossible. He couldn't have gotten here so quickly.
Not if he was dead. But when he came here, he was still alive.
I don't understand. Why should he have come out here in the first place?
Well, because I phoned him. I asked him to come out. Just as I asked you to come out. You see, I wanted to talk to him about this Simon Sloan case.
The Sloan case? But what? How? Wait a minute. Lift that candle up. You're Sloan.
Yes, Donner. I'm Sloan. What's left of him after 15 years in jail. And you're the man who sent me there when you knew I wasn't guilty.
You can't blame me for that. After all, it was my job to prosecute. And when I did find out the truth...
You did find it out, eh?
When I did, it was too late. You'd already been convicted and stand up, and I've got to get away from here. Let me go.
No, Donner. Not yet. There are a few more things you're going to tell me first. How did you find out I wasn't guilty?
The detective in the case told me. A chap named Richards. Bill Richards.
Richards? Yes, it would be Richards. But afterwards, when you found out the truth, you could have ordered a new trial and gotten me out. But you didn't. You let me stay there and rot.
No, I couldn't. It was just Richards' word. He said he wouldn't testify.
You're lying, Donner. You know you're lying. And you know it won't do you any good. Because this time I'm going to pass judgment. Myself. 15 years. I've been thinking about this. Dreaming about it. My fingers around your throat. Digging into that flabby windpipe of yours. Tighter. And tighter. Until you stop struggling and... Yes. Now I've got a nice grave. All ready and waiting for you. Over here, right next to Marsh. And one more. For our friend, Richards.
Shall we get out?
Yes. Now, you wait right here for us, Joe.
As soon as it's you, Harry, I will. Be sure I've had my belly full. What a night.
Well, look who's talking. Me, I've got to go traipsing all over this bloody island just because your friend here comes into the station house with a story nobody will believe except the captain.
For crying bells, Richards. You think I made it up? What about those two other guys Joe said he brought out here? What about those 3 graves this guy Simon was digging?
Well, where are they? Did you dream them up, too?
I didn't dream anything up, Richards. They're right over here.
They do look like graves. I got a match here someplace. Let's take a look at them. Good. Good Lord.
There's a body in this one. And in this one here, too.
I see them. This one here looks like... What is Marsh? Alec Marsh. And that's John Donner.
Now am I crazy? Now was I making things up?
Shut up. This guy that came out here. You said his name was Simon?
Yes.
Was he, let's see. He must be about 50, 55 now. Probably looks older. Tall, thin face, gray hair.
That's right, that's him. Do you know him?
Yeah, I know him. Look, I was ribbing you before, but that man's dangerous. Killer. I'm going to stay here and try and find him. But I'll probably need help. You and Joe take the launch back to shore, get hold of the captain, and have him send out 3 or 4 more men. Fast.
Okay, Richards, right away.
Sloan! Sloan! Where are you? I know it's you. And you know you can't get away. That building. Went in there, huh? Wonder if he's got a gun. Yeah, soon see. Stick him up, Sloan. I'll let you have it. Reach, did you hear me?
Yes, Richard. I hear you.
Put on the light.
There isn't any light in here. But I've got a candle. Just a second.
So, it really is you. I heard you were out of stir, and I was sure it was as soon as I saw Marsh and Donner out there. You killed them, didn't you?
Yes, I killed them.
This is really funny. I'd like to hear someone now say there isn't such a thing as fate.
Yes, it is funny. I tried to get you on the phone just the way I did Marsh and Donner. But of course I couldn't. Then you come out here on your own.
You thought you'd get me too, huh? Well, that's okay. I tried to get you, and I would have if that jury hadn't gone so panty-waist and given you just 20 years. You know that it was me that framed you, don't you?
Yes, I know it. I just don't know why.
Why? Because I've always hated you, that's why. I was just a flatfoot and you were a gambler, pulling in big dough. I never could touch you on the level. That's why I hated you. That's why I framed you. Well, I didn't get you then 15 years ago. But I've got you now.
Have you, Richards? I guess maybe you ought to look around. See where we are.
Huh? What do you mean?
We're in the room where they keep the stiffs until they're buried. Kind of an icebox. And if you'll notice, there's no handle on this side of the door. That means there's no way of getting out.
What? Why, you... So what? Someone will be along sooner or later.
Well, when anyone does, it'll be too late. Because that door is airtight. That means that as soon as we use up the air that's in here now, we're finished. Both of us. And it's starting to get bad already. Feel it?
I mean, you trapped me. You got me in here deliberately. Well, you won't get away with it.
No good, Richards. That won't hurt me. Not any more than I'm hurt already. You see, I'm all gone inside. That's why they released me. I must have passed out in the street last night, and my heart was so bad that they thought I was dead. They sent me out here for burial. But I wasn't dead. I couldn't die until I'd evened things up. And the boat, they waited till they put me ashore. Now I've done it.
It's starting to flicker. Turn blue already. Help. Help. Somebody, please. There's no help, Richard. This is it. There. The candle's gone out. You might just as well lie down and take it quietly like me. Well, there's just one thing. One little thing. You see, I only dug 3 graves. For there's 3 of you. Now, someone else will have to dig mine.
And so, as 2 gasping bodies drop to the floor, the mission of Simon Sloan is completed. First, Marsh, then Donner, and finally Richards succumb to
murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death stalks the wicked, as the clocks strike 12 for
murder at midnight.
Presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici in Manhattan Melodrama. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Backstage in the Lux Radio Theater, this is an exciting moment. Curtain time on the first night of our 7th consecutive season. We're on the brink of new adventure. Adventure with the brightest stars of Hollywood and Broadway. Adventure with the outstanding stage and screenplays of the year. And in tonight's adventure, 3 of your favorite stars, William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici, begin the season with Manhattan Melodrama. From the flicker of gaslight to the blaze of neon, first nights have always thrilled me, as the scene in front of this theater thrilled me tonight. But all the splendor and spectacle of this great Hollywood premiere are yours, without having to brave a single traffic jam. This theater was designed for you, and we appreciate the approval you've stamped on that design by your loyalty to the products behind it, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. For the 7th year, we're going to keep Lux a symbol of the highest quality in entertainment, just as it stands for the highest quality in both of our products. And we don't need a horoscope to predict an auspicious beginning for this new season. The stars look very favorable. In fact, Myrna Loy is smiling. But Manhattan Melodrama has added a few gray hairs to my head, though even gray ones are welcome. The drama in the play is so strong that it demands 3 forceful personalities to play it. And 3 of a kind, like William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici, are hard to get. It's a story of 2 men who've grown up from boyhood together, opposite types but fast friends. They take different paths and wind up on opposite sides of the law, but they fall in love with the same girl. Then suddenly one of them holds the life of the other in his hands, and, well, the stage is set now. We open a new season. The curtain rises on the first act of Manhattan melodrama, starring William Powell as Jim Wade, Myrna Loy as Eleanor, and Don Amici as Blackie. On June 15th, 1904, the East Side Association of New York City held its 3rd annual outing on the excursion boat General Slocum. Parents lined the rail, basking in the warm sunshine. Children scampered along the bright deck, screaming gleefully at their release from city streets. There was laughter in the air and snatches of song. On June 15th, 1904, the excursion boat General Slocum, passing through Hell Gate in the East River, burned and sank with the loss of 1,000 lives. That night on the waterfront, while the grim toll of death was reckoned in the flickering light of torches, 2 East Side kids sat huddled together in the shadows.
Blackie, don't cry, Blackie. I ain't crying. I just saw my mom. They found her down there. She... I know. Mine, too, and Pop. Don't you cry either. I ain't crying. Jimmy, I guess we gotta stick together now, huh? Yeah, Blackie. Sure.
Jimmy! Jimmy, where are you?
There's Father Pat. Here, Father.
Where's Blackie Gallagher? Is he with you?
Here, Father Pat.
Are you both all right?
Yes, sure.
Oh, it's a long, sad day we've had. And a sad night ahead.
Father Pat, the kids told me it was you that pulled me out of the river.
Oh, sure. It was your friend Jimmy here went in after you first. Well, come along now.
Where are we going, Father?
Well, we'll spend the night in the rectory, and then we'll see.
I ain't going to no orphan asylum.
Blackie.
I ain't. You can't put me there. I'll run away.
Blackie, son, I know how you're feeling tonight, and my heart's heavy
I won't
for
go,
you.
I tell you.
Father Pat, there's someone needs you.
I'm coming. I'll be back for you boys in a minute. And wait right here.
Jimmy, you ain't going, are you? I don't know. Maybe we gotta, Blackie. Well, I won't. That stuff is all right for kids like you. You like to read books and study and learn things. Well, I got other ideas. I'm gonna run away. Right now. Blackie. If you want to stick together, here's your chance. Are you coming with me? Yes or no? Okay, Blackie. Come on, then. We'll beat it down the end of the block, and then we can...
Where are you going?
Blackie's the cops. Keep quiet.
Oh, is that you, Blackie Gallagher? Father Pat told me to keep an eye on you kids. Come along now.
Take your hands off. I got a right to go where I like.
Oh, no, you don't. Running away, huh?
Let me alone,
No nonsense now. Come on, come on.
You dirty cop. I'll get in with you. I'll get in with all of you someday. Dirty, rotten cop.
Hey, Mamie, listen to this in the paper. January 16th, 1920 was the date set by Congress today for the beginning of national prohibition. The 18th Amendment, ratified by 36 states, will go into effect on midnight, January 15th.
Number 3 is the winning number. Place your bets, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Number 3. Isn't there a 27 on this wheel?
I guess you're just not hitting them tonight, eh, Mr. Coates?
Tonight or any night. Why don't you people get an honest wheel?
Would you mind not raising your voice?
I've dropped enough money in Blackie Gallagher's crooked joints. I'm through.
Now, listen, you shut up or I'll ram the wheel right...
Spud.
Hi, Mr. Coates.
Hello, Mr. Gallagher.
I'm glad you're through with my crooked joints because I heard enough of your beef. How much you dropped tonight?
$7,500.
Bud, give Mr. Coates $7,500.
What, Blackie?
Give it to him.
Okay.
Remember one thing, Coates. You wanted to gamble. You came in here. I didn't send for you. Now beat it.
Hey, boss, somebody's waiting to see you in the office.
Okay, take over here.
Right.
Hi, honey. Kind of early, aren't you?
I just heard something. I was going to call you, but I was scared.
They're going to close you up tonight, Blackie. A raid.
Yeah, that's right. 12 o'clock. 10 boys from headquarters.
You mean you knew about it?
Why, sure. They'll smash up a little furniture, and then they'll go away. Just routine stuff.
Oh, I thought I was coming in with something hot. Who tipped you? Your friend Jimmy Wade?
What makes you say that?
He's in the DA's office, isn't he?
Sure, but he don't play like that. He's one guy who's on the level.
Hey, Blackie, here's the papers on the yacht. Oh, hi, Eleanor.
Hello.
Beat it, Spud.
Yeah, sure. Boy, oh, boy, I'd like to get a ride on that yacht.
Yeah, go on, get out.
What's all that about?
That's nothing much. I want a yacht tonight. Bet not meet with a fellow. Little present for you. What's the matter?
You're getting better all the time, aren't you, Blackie? Some night you'll win somebody's mother in a crap game, or maybe a baby.
Come on, snap out of it. The man wanted to gamble, and I won, that's all.
Sure, that's all. That's all it means to you. Everything in life can be paid off in chips. A yacht that someone dreamed about and thought about and planned.
And built, and I won it on a bet. So what?
I think it's rotten.
What is?
Everything about this place. The way you won that boat, this ridiculous raid tonight. Blackie, get out of it. Take me out of it.
Darling, shut up.
Blackie, listen.
Shut up.
All right.
We've been all over this before.
All I want you to do is get out before it's too late, Blackie. Get away from cheap hoodlums, rackets, graft, from every rotten, vicious thing about you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That is me. That's what you've got. That's what you fell in love with.
You're wrong. I fell in love with a very little boy who was playing with a great big box of matches. And I don't want my little boy to get burned.
Forget it. This little boy is way too smart.
Championship of the world, Jack Dempsey versus Louis Purple. In this corner, Eddie Slater.
Keep moving. Who's next?
Here. Got a couple of tickets for Blackie Gallagher?
Mr. Gallagher. Yes, sir.
Made a man on yet?
Just coming up.
Wade, please. Jim Wade. I had a ticket reserved.
Jim.
Hey, Jim. Blackie. How are you? Hey, this is great. Hey, tell me, what are you doing up here with all these low-class people? Oh, say, I haven't seen a fight since the day you and I cleaned up on the O'Malley brothers.
Say, how's things coming with you? I hear you're the guy that really runs things around that district attorney's office.
Give me time.
Yeah, and there's an election next year. They going to run you for DA?
Well, some of the boys have been talking about it.
Yeah?
Hey, look, Blackie, I've been meaning to call you. Do you know anything about a West Side mug named Pants O'Riordan?
Yeah, he's bad news. Why?
Well, I got an indictment against him, and I can get a conviction, but the big boys are putting the pressure on me to go light on him, let him take a plea of third degree.
Don't you do it. You don't have to play ball with them grafters.
I know that, too. But you see...
Forget it. If I was you, I'd fight. Show them there's one guy left that money don't talk to.
Well, will you listen to Blackie Gallagher? Say, I seem to remember an old saying about practicing and preaching. Now, what was that again?
Listen, Jim, you're the real stuff, see? Me, I'm the Flash, the boy with the ready money. But you're going places.
Uh-huh. Where?
Anywhere you want. Maybe to that great big house in Washington. It's all done up in white paint. And I'm betting on you, too.
Oh. Maybe I ought to go right home, pack my books, and wire Mr. Coolidge to move over.
Yeah, you're a cinch. You're on the level. That's what pays off in the end. So don't let them political sharpshooters shove you behind the 8-ball. Try it, and I'll personally bust you right the lawn.
You never saw the day you were big enough. Which reminds me, how about watching Mr. Dempsey personally bust Mr. Firpo?
Okay, let's go.
Hey, one side, will you? You're blocking the aisle.
Hey, everybody's coming out. What happened?
The fight's over.
Over? Well, who won?
Dempsey won.
How do you know?
I bet on him, didn't I?
And with only 6 election districts still uncounted, it looks... Just a minute. Here's another bulletin. At midnight tonight, Albert Parker, candidate for district attorney, conceded defeat to James Wade. That makes...
Well, son?
Well, Father Pat?
It looks like your night, Jimmy boy. Now, if you'd like to yell or throw your head up in the air or something, I wouldn't breathe it to a soul.
Oh, I'm too weak in the knees.
Here he is, boys, the new DA.
Hiya, boys.
Congratulations, old boy.
Oh, thanks, fellas. I want to tell you I'm grateful to all of you for your help.
Well, that's all right, Jim.
Hey, boys, I want you to meet an old friend of mine, Father Pat. He saves souls up in Sing Sing. He saved mine a good many years ago. He pulled my body and my soul out of the East River. Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going home and catch up on some sleep. Good night, boys.
Good night, Jim. Sleep well. I'll see you in the morning, old boy.
Can I give you a lift, Father? I got my car right here.
Jim, can't you stay a little while longer and see Blackie? He was going to meet us here at 12.
Oh. No, I know Blackie. He's half an hour late now, and he's liable not to show up for weeks. We'll make it some other time, huh, Father?
Oh, all right. Good night, Jimmy, and good luck.
Good luck, Father. Good night.
Hello.
Who are you? Were you in the wrong car?
Now, don't be unpleasant. I couldn't wait out there on the sidewalk. Look at that mob.
Yeah. Come on, what's the name of the game? I'd like to play, too.
Simple little frame-up. I force my way into your car, muss up my clothes and scream. You have your career to protect, so you pay.
Yeah, that's a very nice game. This is your corner, lady. You get out, please.
But wait.
Outside.
Wait, I'm Eleanor.
Yeah, my favorite name, outside.
You don't understand. Blackie sent me.
Blackie? Hey, come back here. What about Blackie? Where is he?
Phew. Nothing like a district attorney to keep a girl in shape. We must have a good wrestle someday.
What about Blackie?
Well, I'm Eleanor, and Blackie sent me to meet you, Jim, and to tell you he's sorry, but would you take me, Eleanor, to the Cotton Club and wait there, and he, Blackie, would try to meet us, Eleanor and Jim, later.
Did he say what night he'd meet us?
You too? You've waited for Blackie before?
I've waited for that gypsy since he was 6 years old. Where is he?
He went to collect an election bet from Manny Arnold. Blackie had 10 grand on your nose, Mr. Wade.
No.
Hey, let me get a good look at you, will you? Uh-huh.
What is this?
I finally met Blackie's little white god.
Oh. Well, as soon as we get out of the car, I'll flap my wings for you.
You know, I've had a question on my mind ever since Blackie first mentioned you.
Shoot.
Why?
Why what?
Why be a freak? Why don't you give in the way the others do? Why haven't you, as Blackie says, dipped into the gravy?
Well, now, that's a long, long story.
Start now. We're going to have a long, long wait for Blackie.
Well, let's see. I was born at home because I wanted to be near Mother. And I'm not sure. Maybe ideals have ceased to exist. Maybe they're outmoded, like horse cars and oil lamps. But they're mine, and I'm stuck with them.
You'll do all right.
I hope. Well, so ends the reading of this week's success story.
Don't kid about it. It's real. Talk some more.
Afraid I'm all talked out. I gotta go home and let you get some sleep.
Oh, not yet. How about a nice, thick oyster stew?
At 5 o'clock in the morning? Are you out of your mind?
Personally, I'm on your side. But Blackie and anywhere from 1 to 20 hoodlums will be here any hour screaming for us.
Not me. I waited all I'm going to wait for Mr. Gallagher tonight. And a very pleasant wait it was, too.
I had a swell time. Thanks. Good night.
Good night.
What? No kiss?
Huh?
That proves one important thing to me. I've been asleep all night, and you're just something I dreamed.
You have these nightmares often?
At any rate, when Blackie talks of you now, I'll know what he means. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, hi, Lily.
Well, good morning, Mr. Gallagher.
Dropped by to say good night to you. Must have gone to sleep inside. Jim here?
He just left.
No. That's his coat, isn't it?
Where? Oh, I guess he forgot it.
Oh. Nice little job, huh? Maybe I'll wear it for a while till I meet him again.
Like you met us tonight at the Cotton Club.
Oh, I'm, sorry about that, honey. I, couldn't get away. I was going to meet you, but,
Business, Blackie?
Yeah. What do you think of that Manny Arnold guy? He welched in that bet. 10 grand, I'm supposed to trust him. I trusted him. Gave him till New Year's Eve to pay up, or else.
Manny Arnold's no person to fool around with.
I'm not fooling.
Did you threaten him?
No, I just told him. New Year's Eve, or else. That's why I couldn't make it, honey. Am I forgiven?
Of course. I had a marvelous time.
Oh, sure, I knew you would. Do you good to get out with a guy like Jim down then?
Do me good. He spoiled me. He opened doors for me, helped me in and out of the car. Imagine. He was like that all night, stayed right with me. No table hopping. And he didn't make dice out of the sugar cubes. Why, he wouldn't even kiss me goodnight.
Yeah? Sounds kind of dull.
Blackie, have you ever figured any further ahead than 15 minutes? Have you ever imagined where we might wind up?
Look, honey, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I gotta beat it.
It's now or never, Blackie. It has to be now, before I let you drive tonight out of my mind.
Tonight? Say, Jim must have had a terrific effect on you.
I saw so much I haven't got and want. Security, consideration, a shelter, Blackie, someplace to get in out of the rain.
What are you talking about? There's nothing you want that I can't give you.
Blackie?
Shut up and listen. You got a big load at Jim tonight. Outside of these crazy notions, it was probably good for you, but get this. Jim's as much out of your class as he is out of mine. I used to get ideas listening to Jim, too. Ideas about being something. But I forgot them because they're not my stuff. You better forget yours, too. Night.
Goodbye, Blackie.
What is this? Now, listen, don't get silly about a lot
I'm not. I was once, but I'm all right now. Up to a minute ago, Blackie, I loved you very dearly, and all that mattered to me was you. But right this minute, I can't even remember having been in love with you.
Darling, shut up, will you?
And that won't work ever again, either. You see, Blackie, at last I've some ideas of my own. Maybe they're old and discarded, like horse cars or oil lamps, but they're mine, and I'm stuck with them. It's the very latest thing to be oh so cynical and callous about the decent things of life. Well, maybe I don't like the latest style. Maybe I want to wear last year's hat. Maybe... Oh, goodbye, Blackie.
When you hear the musical note, it will be exactly 12 o'clock. Happy New Year!
Hello, Mr. Wade. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Are you with Blackie?
No.
Anybody important?
No, are you?
No, no one I can't break away from.
That's the way I feel, Mr. Wade.
Come on, let's go.
Yeah, folks. 2 hamburgers, 1 with onions, 1 without, and 2 beers, right?
Right.
You know this is a wonderful place to spend New Year's Eve.
Oh, I knew you'd like it. I reserved this table at the window months ago. Very popular, this table, because of its tradition. The Grand Duchess always sat here.
Right here? What do you know? Say, this is the most attractive hamburger I've ever seen.
Everything seems to please you tonight.
Yes. It's the happiest New Year's Eve I've ever had.
Eleanor, what you told me before about you and Blackie, you sure there's nothing there anymore?
It's all gone, Jim. It's dead, buried, and forgotten. Blackie's nothing but a swell guy I once knew.
Well, then,
what?
Happy New Year, Eleanor.
Happy New Year, Jim.
Paper? You want a morning paper, Ed?
Yeah, leave it on the counter. Anything new?
Yeah, they got that Manny Arnold guy.
Manny Arnold, the gambler?
That's the one. Booked him off in the hotel room. Well, see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Manny Arnold.
What's the matter? You know him?
No, Jim, take him home.
Okay, boss, you getting out here?
Yeah. Put the car away, Spud.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Where's your overcoat?
Huh?
Your overcoat. Weren't you wearing a coat tonight?
Well, yeah, sure. Gee, Blackie, I must have left it up there in the room.
Manny Arnold's room?
Yeah. Gee, boss.
Boy, you're dumb. Can you identify it as yours?
I only wish they could. Boss, it's Jim Wade's coat, the one he left at Eleanor's.
Jim's coat?
Yeah.
I told you to return that coat months ago.
Yeah, boss, but I know...
Why didn't you just leave my name and address? I'm in a sweet spot now.
Sorry, boss, I was only waiting until mine was ready.
Your what was ready?
My coat, I had it copied exactly by a tailor. It'll be ready tomorrow morning.
Wait a minute. You had Jim Wade's coat copied exactly by a tailor?
Yeah, why?
Go get it first thing tomorrow. Keep it in the car. Halsey, I think everything is going to be all right.
And here's the coat they found, Chief. Just like the cop said. Let me see that coat.
Here. Not a mark on it. Doesn't give us a thing.
How about the hotel people? They know who went up to the room?
I've had the clerk go through half the pictures in the gallery. He can't pick anybody, but he doesn't want to. Same with the bellboy.
Yes, Mr. Wade?
Is Blackie Gallagher outside?
Yes, sir.
Send him in, please.
You think he knows something?
I'm going to find out.
Old friend of yours, isn't he?
Yes, why?
I just asked.
I'd like to see him alone, Snow.
Sure. Why not?
Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Wade.
Come in, Blackie.
Hi, Jim.
Hiya, fella. Well, been a long time, as usual.
Yeah. Now you're one of the head men of this town. Pretty soon you'll be head man of the state, and then...
Get that, Blackie. I didn't get you down here to listen to how good I am.
Well, what's in your mind?
Well, for one thing, I want to tell you about Eleanor.
Oh, yeah? What about her?
We're thinking of getting married.
Married?
Yeah, you know, man and wife, an old custom. Any reason why we shouldn't?
No. Can't think of a thing. It just surprised me, that's all. Anyway, she couldn't do better. She's a great girl. I hope you both click.
Thanks, Blackie. I knew you'd say that.
Yeah, sure. What else would I say? Well, I gotta beat it now. Give Ellen my address.
Would you wait just a minute, Blackie? Thanks for returning my overcoat.
Huh?
But a little roundabout, wasn't it? Police found it in room 12B at the Uptown Hotel. That's where Manny Arnold was killed.
Your coat? The police found your coat?
You never could kid me, Blackie. That's the coat I left at Eleanor's last election night. And that's the coat the murderer left behind him after killing Manny Arnold.
I wouldn't kid you, mister. Maybe the murderer left that coat, but that is not your coat.
Blackie.
Mind if I use your phone? Hello, it's Blackie Gallagher, Mr. Wade's office. Will you send a boy down to my car? It's out front. Tell him to pick up a coat in the back seat and bring it up here, will you?
What's the gag?
Well, there's no gag. Your coat will be here in 2 minutes. I've been wearing it, that's all.
Oh. Blackie, let's look at the facts. Manny Arnold owed you a lot of money. You quarreled with him election night when he wouldn't pay up. You threatened him.
Oh, sure. Sure I did. It was the only way anybody ever got any dough out of that chiseler. And I got mine, so why should I want to kill him?
I don't know. Unless you didn't get yours. Blackie, I'm not interested in anything but the fact that Manny Arnold was murdered, and I've got to find the murderer.
Yeah, I know that.
You see, we're in a tough spot now, Blackie. My job means fighting you and your kind. And I'm going to win.
I never saw the day when I was big enough to lick you.
You have less chance than ever now. I've got too many guys in my gang.
Yeah?
Is this the coat you wanted? The boy just brought it up.
Thanks, sister. Well, there you are. There's the coat you've been yelling about. I was thinking of keeping it. Till you squawk. Well, can't you even say thanks?
You sure this is mine?
What's the matter? Don't you know your own coat? Try it on, see if it fits.
Okay. Sorry I bothered you.
Forget it. Well, see you around.
See you around. And, Blackie, no more meetings up here. Let's keep everything social.
Yeah. I get it.
From now on, a lot of guys in this town are going to get away with less and less. And it's going to be my fault. Oh, we had 1 or 2 crooked inspectors that you've got to. They're gone now. No more paid cops. No more quashed indictment. Hand-picked juries. All gone. I'm going to clean out every rotten spot I can find in this city. And Blackie, I don't want to run across you. In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici will bring you Act 2 of Manhattan Melodrama. Now, we want to announce a very special offer we're making to the ladies in our audience. We're going to say it with music, if Mr. Silvers and his orchestra will help us. You know, there are thousands of lovely women in our audience tonight who are depending for expert beauty aid on the mild white soap screen stars use. Yes, Lux Toilet Soap. The soap that has active lather. Yes, active lather that cares for lovely complexions so gently and so thoroughly. Now, the makers of this fine complexion soap are offering its friends a beautiful jewelry piece that's sure to delight any feminine heart. Mr. Silvers, have you any music to help us tell about this jewelry piece? Oh, yes, thanks. That does it very nicely. Probably all of you ladies who saw Gone with the Wind noticed the cameo brooch that Scarlett O'Hara wore. Well, our jewelry piece is designed after this brooch, a lovely simulated cameo. I have it here in my hand, and I wish you could all see the beauty of its design. I'll do my best to describe it for you. There's an exquisite white head in classic profile against a gleaming ebony background. The setting is gold finished and has a delicate Grecian border design. The brooch has a safety clasp fastener, and in fact, every detail of this handsome Scarlett O'Hara brooch gives it the appearance of a fine jeweler's piece. It's expensive looking, it's smart. In this brooch, the masterly craftsmanship of today has captured for you the charm of an earlier century, so magically brought to life in Gone with the Wind. You'll be proud to wear it, and you'll probably find it looks smart with any dress in your wardrobe. And now, please listen carefully to the directions. They'll tell you how you can get your Scarlett O'Hara brooch without delay. Go to your dealers and buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap. Ask him for a handy order blank. Or just write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it with the 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. To Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Send your name and address with 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly. And here's more good news. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for additional matching pieces. Ring, bracelet, pendant necklace, and earrings. All beautifully designed, all at amazing bargains. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap offer this lovely brooch because they know it's the kind every woman longs to own. And they know, too, that those who have never before tried Lux Toilet Soap will discover for themselves why this gentle, thorough beauty soap is the complexion soap 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use. Remember, buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. Send for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch without delay. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Manhattan Melodrama, starring William Powell as Jim Wade, Myrna Loy as Eleanor, and Donna Michi as Blackie. Far and wide goes the search for the man who murdered the gambler, Manny Arnold. But months later, the crime is still listed on police records as unsolved. The newspapers have dropped the story, and other headlines have taken its place. Among them, District Attorney wed today.
Hello? No, I'm sorry. Mr. Wade hasn't come back to the office yet. Oh, I wish he would come. He's got to get dressed yet.
He's delivering his summing up to the jury. He wouldn't cut a word out of it if his mother were dying.
I suppose you mean that to be nasty, Mr. Snow. Well, I admire him for it. It's pretty rare to find anybody in this office who really works at his job.
He works all right. He had to work in the Manny Arnold case to keep from making a very embarrassing arrest.
That's not true. I'm tired of listening to your insinuations about Mr. Wade.
Oh, good morning, Miss Adams. Did you unpack my bag? Did you get the tickets for the boat?
Yes, sir.
Good. Blackie Gallagher here yet, Snow?
Gallagher?
Yes, he's going to the church with me. See if you can get him on the phone, will you?
Okay.
Mr. Wade, you're not really going to have Blackie Gallagher there, are you?
He's going to be my best man. Why?
Have you thought of what the papers will say? Especially now on top of the Manny Arnold case.
What about the Manny Arnold case?
Some people know you had Blackie Gallagher down here. They think he killed Manny Arnold. That you let him go just out of friendship.
What people think has never mattered to me. I do what I think is right. And I'm convinced that Blackie had nothing to do with it. Well, Snow?
I tried Gallagher. He's not in. Some fellow there said he was out of town.
Out of town?
Be back next week. Anything else?
No. No, that's all. Porter, grab that bag, will you?
Hurry, Jim.
Right with you.
Oh, he won't miss the boat. Don't worry.
It was sweet of you to come down and marry us, Father Pat.
Well, why shouldn't I? I fished your Mr. Wade out of the East River once. I've got some rights.
And are you sure you haven't just tossed him back in again? Father Pat.
Yes?
About Blackie. You know I used to love Blackie.
Yes,
There's only Jim in my life now, and from now on. You believe that, don't you?
completely. What did you want to tell me about Blackie?
He loves you, Father. I've heard him say it. And of all of us, he needs you most. Help him before it's too late. Remember, you fished Blackie out of the river, too.
All set? Well, goodbye, Father.
Goodbye, Jimmy. I'm sorry Blackie wasn't here.
Telegram for James Wade. Telegram.
Here you are, boy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Darling, don't tell me it's a case.
From Blackie. Sorry to run out on you. I'd have been proud to be your best man, but I'm afraid nobody would understand but us. See you in the governor's mansion. Blackie. Crazy Blackie.
And I say again, it's a privilege and honor to rise in this convention to such a purpose. I hereby second the nomination of the next governor of our state, Jimmy Wade.
Darling, it's marvelous. Imagine, me, the governor's wife.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I've only been nominated.
I can't be bothered with details. Oh, darling.
Mind if I come in?
Oh. Hello, Snow. How did you get up here?
They haven't heard downstairs yet that you turned sour on your own assistant. But let me congratulate you, Governor.
That can wait until November.
But you're a cinch. You haven't gotten me to weaken the ticket. I thought you were going to make them run me for district attorney. Put up a fight for me.
Darling, do you mind waiting outside?
Jim.
Please?
All right.
Snow, I'm sorry to say I did put up a fight for you. And I learned a couple of things that I never knew before. All the years we've worked together, I've disregarded the gossip about you. But last night, from our own people, I got the proof. You're nothing but a cheap, chiseling grafter. The party won't stand for you, and neither will I.
Have you finished your address to the jury? Because if you have, I'd like to make a few points. It's a shame you're quitting the DA's office with the Manny Arnold case unsolved.
I'm not happy about it. We just couldn't find the murderer.
You didn't even try to find him. You could have by asking in any speakeasy in New York City. Everybody knows who killed Manny Arnold. Your friend, Blackie Gallagher.
We had no case against Blackie. We made every possible effort to trace that coat.
You made a lot of weak, futile gestures, if that's what you mean. Why didn't you get an indictment against Gallagher? A lot of people want to know that.
I'm not going to discuss it with you. For reasons of my own, I was satisfied that Blackie had nothing to do with it. Now get out.
Sure, I'll get out. But I'm going out to open this case so wide that the voters will run you out of the state. You better get a new story. I don't think they like the one you've got. Maybe they'd rather believe the story that I tell. That you wouldn't hold Blackie Gallagher because you wouldn't prosecute your wife's ex-boyfriend.
Tell them that story.
Blackie, I'm glad you could come. Sit down.
I got your message. That was all I needed. What's in your mind?
It's about Jim and you and me. Someone's trying to hurt Jim by opening the Manny Arnold case again.
Manny Arnold? What for? Who?
Tell me, Blackie. Was there anything wrong in the Arnold case?
Not a thing. He had let me go. He didn't have anything on me. But a lot of mudslinging never helped anybody.
There's plenty of that. They're saying Jim had to let you go because of you and me. It seems that with me as his wife, he has no right to be governor.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's great. Who are these guys?
It's just this one man, Snow. He has a grudge against Jim. He's waiting until just before election to spring everything.
Mm-hmm. Nice guy, this Snow. What's he look like? The name sounds kind of familiar.
He was Jim's assistant when you were up for the Manny Arnold murder.
Oh, yeah. I remember him now, sure. Maybe I'll look him up and talk to him a little.
Blackie, you'll be careful.
Why, ain't I always careful? Forget about it. How are you? Happy?
Very. And you?
Never better. Feeling great.
I'm glad.
Well, give my regards to Big Shot, will you? And I wouldn't say anything to him about what you just told me. This has got to be just between us. See?
All right, Blackie.
That's a good girl.
Well, what have you done so far? Hello, I'm still on here. Harrigan? Did you check with headquarters again? We'll do it now. Let me know what happens.
Good morning, Jim. Coffee?
Oh, hello, darling. Yes, thanks.
You look tired, darling. Didn't you sleep well?
I haven't slept yet. I've been at the office until now. Plenty to do. Snow was murdered last night on 48th Street.
Snow? Murdered?
Well, what's the matter?
But he can't be. It mustn't be.
Darling, after all the man was asking for it, he had hundreds of enemies. There's no need for you to be upset.
Oh, I'm not. It's just relief, I guess.
That's for me. Hello? Yes, Wade speaking. What? When? All right, I'll be right down. They've made an arrest in the Snow murder.
Who?
Blackie. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici will bring you Act 3 of Manhattan Melodrama. And while we're waiting, let's listen in during an exciting moment in the house of Betty and Gladys Martin.
Why,
Gladys, stop pushing me out of the way. Why are you in such a hurry to get the mail? You had Joe's weekly letter yesterday?
Yes, but I'm expecting something very special in the mail today.
And yes, here it is. What on earth? I'll bet it's jewelry.
It is.
It is. Will you see?
There.
Why, Gladys, it's beautiful. It's positively the most beautiful brooch I've ever seen.
Of course it is. It's a Scarlett O'Hara brooch, designed after one worn by Vivian Lee herself and Gone with the Wind.
Oh, Gladys, you're so lucky. Golly, Joe must think a lot of you to send you such a lovely present.
I'll tell you a secret, Betty. It's not from Joe. This Scarlett O'Hara brooch is a present from me to me.
Well, you're still lucky to have it. I wish I could afford to buy me presents like that.
But you can, darling. You can have a Scarlett O'Hara brooch, too, if you want it. And it'll only cost you 15 cents and wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap.
Do I want it? Oh, Gladys, honey, tell me quick how to get one.
Of course Betty wants one of these exquisite Scarlett O'Hara brooches for herself. And so will every woman who sees this lovely pin, which seems to have captured the charm of the Old South, so beautifully portrayed in the great production Gone with the Wind. The classic pure white head on its ebony black background is tremendously effective. It has smartness, good taste, simplicity combined. The brooch has a lovely Grecian border design in a rich, dull gold finished setting. And there's a secure safety clasp so that you'll be able to keep your brooch and enjoy wearing it for years to come. And now, here's the way to get your Scarlett O'Hara brooch. Go to your dealer and buy 3 cakes of gentle white Lux toilet soap. Ask him for a handy order blank. Or just write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it together with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins. No stamps, please. To Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Mail 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin, together with your name and address, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Only don't delay. The supply is limited, and we want you to be sure to have your Scarlett O'Hara brooch. And with your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for matching pieces. Ring, bracelet, pendant necklace, and earrings. Each piece at an amazing bargain price. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of Manhattan melodrama. A man has been murdered, and once again the voice of the people cries out for vengeance. The age-old demand, an eye for an eye, a life for a life. In his cell, Blackie Gallagher awaits judgment. Late one night, a visitor comes to him, a dark shadow in the dimness of the corridor.
You know you're crazy coming here like this, don't you? Suppose somebody spotted you. DA's wife and secret visit to Slayer. That'd look fine, wouldn't it?
No one will talk. I pulled some strings. Blackie, I've got to know. Did you do it? Did you kill him?
What's the matter? Didn't you read the papers? Gallagher enters a plea of not guilty.
You said you'd find a way to stop Snow. Blackie, tell me.
Look, you've known me a long time. Ever known me to bump a guy off?
No, but...
Well, then.
This is different.
Don't be silly. You don't have to kill rats like Snow. Somebody beat you to it. Tell me something.
What?
You love Jim?
More than anything in the whole world.
And if you love Jim so much and want to see him governor, keep quiet. Right now, they got no motive, no reason why Snow was knocked off. Just let it stand that way,
What about you?
Just forget about me. They haven't got a thing. If you keep your mouth shut.
You know, Blackie, for a while I was almost ashamed that I ever loved you. I'm not now. I'm proud.
That's fine. I think you're kind of okay, too.
Continue with the summing up, Mr. Wade.
Gentlemen, there's very little more that I can say to you. There can be no doubt in the minds of 12 reasoning men that Blackie Gallagher killed Snow. The defense has pointed out Snow's shady character, has indicated his large number of personal enemies. I concur in their opinion. But Richard Snow was a man killed by another man. The law makes no distinctions. Murder cannot go unpunished. In finding Blackie Gallagher guilty of murder, we're faced with more than the avenging of one death. Either we can surrender to an epidemic of crime and violence which will destroy our homes and community, or we can serve warning to the host of other criminals and gangsters that they are through. Gentlemen, many years ago, in 1904, when the General Slocum burned, I made an effort to save Blackie Gallagher's life. Today, I demand from you his death.
Sorry, Blackie. Forget it. That was nice stuff, mister.
Throughout the state today, 3.5 million voters are crowding the polls to cast their ballots for governor. From the headquarters of James Wade comes a note of confidence expressed in the statement. The last-minute
Mr. Wade, District Attorney's office wants you on the phone right away.
Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Governor. You're practically in.
What's that?
You're practically up in Albany right now. The jury just came in the Blackie Gallagher case. Guilty, first degree. Say if that don't make you governor.
All right. Thanks.
What's the matter, Chief? Bad news?
Yes. Gallagher's been convicted. First degree.
Why, Jim, that means you're over. You can't lose. Why, they'll give you 1 million plurality when they know you convicted your own pal. Why, they... Why... I'm sorry, Jim.
The judgment of the court is that you, Edward J. Gallagher, for the murder in the first degree of one Richard Snow, whereof you are convicted, be sentenced to the punishment of death on the 15th day of February next.
This appeal on behalf of my client, Blackie Gallagher, is made to you not only as governor of the state, but to you as Gallagher's lifelong friend. Since the Court of Appeals has upheld the verdict of the jury, his life rests in your hands alone. We ask Your Excellency to be merciful.
Nobody can be more conscious than I am of my present position here. It's troubled me more deeply than it could anyone else. The defendant has been tried according to the laws of this state. He's been found guilty and sentenced to death. You've presented no new evidence, no cause to change the verdict of the court, except my friendship for the condemned. The application for commutation of the death sentence of Edward J. Gallagher is herewith denied.
He can't do a thing like that. That isn't fair.
Jim.
I had to deny his commutation. There was no new evidence. Nothing.
You denied it.
There was nothing else I could do. He's guilty. Jury says so. The Court of Appeals says so. I can't ignore...
Jim, please. Stop talking like the governor. Talk to me as my husband, as the man I love, about another man we both love. Jim, are you going to kill Blackie? He'll die tonight if you don't stop it. In another hour, he'll be dead.
He's guilty of murder.
He's still Blackie.
Eleanor, of all people, you've got to understand. Blackie and you and I don't enter into this. I can't commute his sentence for sentimental reasons.
I know. You need evidence. Suppose I told you why he killed Snow. Suppose I told you that he did it for you. Would that mean anything to you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I told him Snow had threatened you. I asked him to help us. What a sentimental fool Blackie was. He knew there was a law about murder, but he forgot it thinking of you.
Eleanor, do you realize what this means?
It means that if it weren't for Blackie Gallagher, you wouldn't be governor today.
It means that the state finally has a motive for the killing of Snow. There isn't a chance now.
Jim, look at me. I'm trying hard to believe you when you talk that way. I'm trying to convince myself that anyone could be so hard and cold.
I tried to stop Blackie. I warned him at the time of the Manny Arnold case. You've got to realize that my sworn duty...
You've got a sworn duty to me, too. We've got to live together happily. We can't ever again if you go through with this. We couldn't be happy. The memory of Blackie wouldn't let us.
Eleanor, we've got to forget about us. As Blackie's friend, I'd gladly go to the chair in his place. As governor, I can't stop it.
All right. But don't expect me to believe you, because you don't believe yourself. Could you put yourself in Blackie's place? Could you apply your fine and honorable rules to yourself? Punish yourself as calmly and completely as you do Blackie? I don't think you could, Jim. I know you couldn't.
I've got to do what I think is right.
When I married you, Jim, I thought you were everything I had ever wanted in a man. You still are, except for one thing. You're not human. You haven't the things inside of you that other people have. If they cut you open, they'd find laws and duties and speeches. I married a man, Jim, not a legal machine.
I'm sorry I disappointed you.
So am I. Goodbye.
Hello. Get me a car right away. And a motorcycle escort. I've got to make time.
What's the idea, mister? I thought I had on midnight.
Take it easy. You got a visitor.
Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Jim. So I'm going to have the governor to see me off, huh? Am I going to get the keys to the city?
Blackie, I had to see you. You know why?
Your pockets aren't bulging with reprieves, I know that much.
I came because I wanted you to understand why I couldn't do anything for you.
That's okay.
Blackie, I've had letters, hundreds of letters, from people who have suffered at the hands of racketeers. They've...
Save it. I heard you at the trial.
Blackie, somehow I can't realize you and this place.
Yeah, it might be worse. Fresh towels, running water, even a mattress. They say Two-Gun Crowley went to sleep on that mattress. Had to wake him up to go to the chair. Must be that black coffee I drank. Anyway, I'm not sleepy.
When you grin like that, it reminds me of a kid on the east side.
Cut it out, will you?
I should have stopped you. Years ago, I could have done it. But I was too busy getting to be a big shot. Too busy getting to be governor. So I could send you to the chair.
Take it easy. You did everything anybody could do for me. I'm just a no-good guy, that's all.
It's almost time, Blackie.
Yeah. Fun and fun.
Jim. Oh, I'm glad you came.
Yeah. We're almost back today when you pull us out of the river. Now, you see, you just wasted your time. You gotta go and give me back again.
We all have to be given back again sooner or later, Blackie.
Sure, that's right. So what am I beefing about, huh? Sit down, Father. You know, it's kind of like old times. Remember how we were always going to have a reunion, just us three? Well, here it is. Funny kind of reunion, but... Anyway, this is one time I wasn't late, huh?
We're ready now.
Yeah. Me too.
No, I can't do it to you, Blackie. I'll commute you.
Cut it out. You've made your decision. Now stick to it. You're right. You get that? You're right. I deserve to die. I killed Snow. It was me that got Manny Arnold, too.
No, I'm not going to let you die. I can't.
You think you'll be doing me a favor, shutting me up in this filthy trap for the rest of my life? You're going to make a great sacrifice, ruin your career. For what? So as I can rot in this hole? No, thanks. I don't want it. Jim, if I can't live the way I want, at least let me die when I want. Come on, let's get going.
E per fanno sclamare a te, Domine. Domine, exaudi voce me.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. His Excellency the Governor.
Gentlemen of the Assembly and the Senate. A joint session of your two bodies, called by the Governor of the state, is a very unusual procedure. It is justified only by unusual circumstances. A few nights ago, as you all know, Edward J. Gallagher, the convicted murderer, was put to death in the electric chair at Sing Sing. It was my duty as governor of this state to refuse up to the last moment to grant him a pardon, commutation, or even a reprieve. Today, I have another duty. Before Blackie Gallagher died, I learned that he committed the murder in the unfortunate belief that he was helping me by silencing scandalous campaign gossip. That belief was given him unwittingly by my own wife. It was not her fault. The fault lies in my own ambition, which had impressed upon her so strongly the importance of my election. Then, acting in deliberate violation of the trust placed in me by the people of this state, I offered Gallagher commutation shortly before his death. He refused. In view of these shadows cast upon the highest office of the state, I can do no less than tender herewith my resignation as governor. I don't know. Why are you here?
I was waiting for you. I've come to apologize, Jim. I told you once I didn't believe you were honest with yourself. I didn't think you could apply your own rules of conduct. You just proved to me how wrong I was.
So?
And so, I wanted you to know.
Governor, you've got to come back. They've refused your resignation. They'll tear the Capitol down if you don't come back. Listen to them for yourself.
Ask them to wait. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Eleanor, will you...
I'll be waiting, too, right here. Go on, darling. They want you.
The play is ended, and we congratulate William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici on 3 superb performances.
Thank you, Cecil. It's really an honor to have a part in opening the Lux Radio Theater for its 7th season. Many happy returns of the day.
And good luck for the season, Mr. DeMille, although you probably don't need it.
Well, it can't do any harm.
And incidentally, CB, I'd like to be around to see you blow out the cake with the 7 candles.
Step into my dressing room, Don, later. After my last birthday cake, 7 candles is child's play.
How many candles do you have in that last birthday cake, CB?
How's your golf, Don? What picture are you working in now?
Thank you, Myrna. Yes, Don, what did you say you were working in?
Well, I didn't say, but I guess it'd change the subject, all right. It's down Argentine way over 20th Century Fox way.
Of course, we'll all be disappointed if we discover that Bill and Myrna are not working together right now in something at MGM.
Well, not right now, Cecil, although we've just finished I Love You Again. What are you going to do here next week?
One thing before that, Bill. It's about the product that makes this theater possible, Lux Soap. I just wanted to say that I think Lux is really a grand soap and that I've used it myself for a long time. I don't think it can be beaten as a complexion care. And now, what about next week's play?
Next Monday night, Myrna, we're going to present Love is News. And when I tell you the cast, you'll know why it's news. Our stars will be Bob Hope, Madeline Carroll, and Ralph Bellamy. Bob Hope is a newspaper reporter, and Madeline is a young lady with both beauty and money who hates reporters. It's a situation made to order for Bob and Madeline, and the whole play is made to order for your entertainment next Monday night.
Well, with Lover's News, you ought to make the headlines, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And thanks to you, a perfect opening night. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Hope, Madeline Carroll, and Ralph Bellamy in Love is News. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This year, the week of September 22nd, the American Legion will hold its annual convention in Boston. The American Legion has chosen the city where the principles of democracy were first formulated, and the Legionnaires are a strong force in maintaining those principles today. We salute them. Heard in tonight's play were Tony Hughes as Father Pat, Lou Merrill as Malone, Gane Whitman as Snow, Edward Marr as Spud, Earl Ross as Judge, Jim Bannon as Attorney, Ruth Rickaby as Miss Adams, Tommy Lane as Young Jim, Bobby Winkler as Young Blackie, Bud McAllister as a newsboy, Byron Shores as announcer, Tristram Coffin as ticket seller, and Wally Mayer, Franklin Parker, and Joseph Pope. William Powell and Myrna Loy were heard tonight through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Don Amici appears through the courtesy of the Old Gold program. The Scarlett O'Hara brooch, offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, is designed after one worn by Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild Assignment. Production, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Director, Alfred Hitchcock. Star, Robert Montgomery.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of A Comedy of Marriage, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery and introducing the director of the film, Alfred Hitchcock. Like every other art, the motion picture has developed its own popular catchphrases of evaluation and criticism. One of these is the Hitchcock touch. The Hitchcock touch is more than an artist's signature. It represents the highest pitch of the screen director's art, an indelible impression of the director's unique talents upon the other ingredients of the film. And now it is with pride that the NBC Theater presents the screen director of Mr. and Mrs. Smith and such other unforgettable pictures as Rebecca, Shadow of a Doubt, Spellbound, Notorious, and Rope. Ladies and gentlemen, Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you very much. It would seem that after a decade of directing motion pictures in this country, I have become associated with that emotional skyrocket, suspense. So perhaps I should warn you that tonight, suspense has been suspended. I must confess to several attempts to scare the daylights out of an audience, or at least to tie their nerves into pretty little knots. But in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we reversed ourselves and turned to comedy. So don't bother sitting on the edge of your chair. It might strain your diaphragm if you feel a giggle coming on. Now we give you Mr. and Mrs. David Smith, a family with a formula, a couple with a constitution, a set of rules for a successful marriage. There has just been a domestic battle between the Smiths. Right now, handsome David Smith is reclining on the bathroom floor, his head pillowed on the bathroom scales. Anne Smith is brandishing a razor at her husband's throat. Mrs. Smith is shaving Mr. Smith. That's right. Mrs. Smith is shaving Mr. Smith. And they are both feeling very smug about the latest success of domestic diplomacy.
Oh, easy with that razor, Anne.
You look like 5 of the men who mutinied on the Bounty.
Oh, I'm late for work.
Now hold still. Oh, sorry.
You realize that I've been away from the office 3 solid days?
I know. But we had to keep our main rule. You are forbidden to leave the apartment after a quarrel unless you've made up.
Yeah.
If every married couple had that rule, there'd never be a divorce.
No one would ever get down to the office either.
We've got respect for each other, David.
Yep, that's our big trick.
David.
Uh-huh.
We're very happy, aren't we?
Well, what do you expect me to say at the point of a razor?
David, if you had it to do all over again, would you marry me?
Uh-oh.
Remember Rule 7. Be frank and honest with each other at all times.
Well, frankly and honestly, if I had it to do all over again, put that razor down a minute, will you? Thanks. I wouldn't marry you.
What?
Well, a man gives up so much freedom and privacy and independence when he gets... Oh, now your feelings are hurt.
Oh, no. No, it's perfectly all right.
So can I get up now and go to work?
Of course, David, if you want your freedom.
I just want you to get up off my chest, darling.
I don't want to cling to my husband if I'm not wanted.
And I do want you. I love you. I'm crazy about you. I'm used to you.
Oh, if my only hold on you is that you're used to me.
Darling, you're my little girl, and I'm frantic about you. Now, forgive me. Say you forgive me. Oh, come on, say you forgive me.
I forgive you.
Well, give me a kiss. Now, can I get up and go back to work? Morning, Jeff.
Well, good morning, David. Glad to see I have a partner in the law business again. You've been out 3 days this time.
Well, you know how Ann is, Jeff.
You don't have to apologize to me, David. I envy you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, she's a good kid.
Oh, there's a little guy named Deaver waiting for you in your office.
Deaver. Never heard of him unless it's Danny Deaver. They hung him in the morning, didn't they? Oh, well, I'll go right in and talk to him. Hi there, Mr. Deaver.
Good morning. Mr. Smith, I take it?
Yeah. What can I do for you, Mr. Deaver?
Beecham is on the other side of the river.
It is? Say that again, will you?
Well, Beecham is on the other side of the river.
That's nice.
Yes, but it was always incorporated in Brender County, which is in Idaho. You follow me?
Yes, we're in Idaho. Go on.
Yeah. Well, we in Beecham found out that we belong in Nevada.
Yes?
So anybody who got married in 1946 with an Idaho license...
Yes?
Like you did...
Oh?
Well, they aren't really married.
Oh, they aren't?
Oh, you really are married and everything, but the Chamber of Commerce figured if everybody got married all over again, it'd be better.
That's pretty funny.
And so here's your $2 back. Now, you can use it to get another license.
Well, now, that's very square of you boys in Beecham.
You just get married again, that's all.
Oh?
Well, I've got to be on my round. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Goodbye, Mr. Deaver. Thanks a lot.
Oh, no. Not at all. Thank you.
Yeah. Mrs. David Smith. Now, Miss Ann Krausmeyer. Miss Albright, get me my home, please. Little Annie Krausmeyer. My favorite date.
And with Beecham on the other side of the river, Mrs. Smith, that makes us in Nevada, not Idaho. So the marriage isn't legal.
Not legal? But for 3 years...
It's nothing serious, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, no, just a matter for the vice squad, that's all.
Please, Mrs. Smith.
Stop calling me Mrs. Smith, as though that makes a good woman out of me.
Oh, all you do is get married again and everything. I explained it all to your husband.
Oh, then David knows about it, too.
Spoke to him an hour ago.
Well, why didn't he tell me about it when he telephoned?
Well, you see...
Oh, yes, of course. That's why he invited me to Mama Lucy's restaurant.
Yes.
That's where he proposed to me 3 years ago.
Oh.
He's going to ask me again tonight. He's a dear.
Well, just so he isn't a stag.
Oh, Mr. Deaver. Oh, he'll ask me tonight. He'd better ask me tonight. It's a lovely dinner, isn't it, David, dear?
Going up in price since 3 years ago.
Yeah, well, some things haven't. I mean, like postage.
Yeah, airmail just went up to 6 cents.
Well, yes, but I mean, like permits and licenses and stuff.
Yeah, fine if you own a dog.
David.
Now, don't nag me about buying a dog again, dear, no.
David,
Yeah?
where are we going to go after this?
Home?
Well, aren't we supposed to do something before we go home?
Nope. Just go home.
Oh. Oh, what happened at the office today? Anything new, exciting, unusual?
Same old routine, same old palaver, yakety, 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 yakety.
That's all?
That's all.
That does it. That does it.
Anne.
You know we're not married.
Annie, the public...
You were just going to go through life with me with that silly, oh, what I know about us expression on your stupid face.
Put down that champagne bottle. I was going to tell you later.
Back home and without getting married, sure.
Annie, everybody is
If you don't
looking.
leave me alone, I'll call the police.
Annie, for heaven's sake.
Help, police.
Annie, great Scott.
This man is molesting me.
Annie.
Help.
Annie.
Help.
Oh, for crying out. Annie.
Well,
Remember me?
libertine.
Brought you flowers.
Eat 'em.
Ow! Bido's! You broke Bido's! Bido's is bleeding. Ed, open this door at once. Ed! Eddie! Anne,
Stop following
you're
me.
my wife.
We are not married.
All right, we'll get married. Does that suit you?
That's a nice, snarling proposal. Well, I wouldn't have you.
What's the matter with me? Name one thing about me you don't like.
Oh, my, aren't we vain?
One thing I am not is vain.
Oh. What about that tar stuff you kept rubbing in your hair that smelled up the bedroom?
I was only trying to keep my hair for you.
Well, keep it for yourself. I've got hair. Now beat it before I call the police.
Now, you see here, Annie.
Help! Police! Measure!
Annie.
Measure! Public nuisance!
Oh, Annie.
Measure!
David, as your friend as well as your law partner...
Yeah, I know. I'll catch up on my work, Jeff. Don't worry.
It's not that, Dave. I want you to drop into your own apartment tonight for dinner. I'll be there.
You? What for?
Well, Anne is fond of me, and I'm fond of her. I think I can get this thing straightened out, Dave.
Why, Jeff? Why, Jeff, you're the best friend a fella ever had.
We're partners, aren't we?
You're the best partner a fella ever had.
We were schoolmates, David.
Yes, and you were the greatest halfback that Alabama ever had.
You mean that, Dave?
I used to think that Hinkle was the greatest, but Hinkle couldn't lay a hand on you.
Thank you, David boy. Thank you.
Hello, Anne.
Come in, David.
Anne, I want to tell you here and now how sorry I am
Talk
about...
to my lawyer.
Lawyer? What lawyer? Hiya, Jeff.
Anne has asked me to represent her in this case, Dave.
She what?
Asked him to represent me.
She doesn't really need a lawyer, you know.
Well, then you ought to do fine.
Dave, as a lawyer yourself, you know that Anne may halt this relationship between you at any time and marry someone else. As in the case of Peterson versus Peterson, Adams versus Adams, and Gimble versus New Pennsylvania Coal Company.
Stabbed.
Now, David boy...
That's dirty tennis.
David, I'm asking Anne here in your presence if she'll think of me as a possible someone else to succeed you, David.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Jeff. You know I've always been fond of you.
Thank you, Anne. I shall regard that as encouragement.
Oh, Jeff.
That settles it. Goodbye, Anne.
Oh, goodbye, David.
And you, Jeff Custer, comparing yourself to Hinkle as a football player. You couldn't even wring out Hinkle's sweatshirt. Goodbye.
Hello?
Anne, darling.
Oh, yes, Jeff.
Great news. My mother and Dad have just come up from Alabama. They want to meet you.
Meet me, but I'm a Yankee.
When they see you, they'll forgive you. Meet us all in our office in 30 minutes. And, oh, Anne.
Yes?
You know that daring, rather low-cut dress of yours?
Yes.
Don't wear it.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, y'all.
So, you're my boy's fiancé. Well, yeah.
Those lovely Confederate gray eyes.
Well, thank y'all.
Any of your family from the South, Miss Krausemeyer?
No.
Oh?
But an ancestor of mine deserted from the Union Army.
Many Northerners saw it that way. Yes, I commend him quite highly. Son, this young lady will do.
Jeff, my secretary tells me that... am I interrupting something, Jeff?
Mother, father, David Smith, my partner.
How do? Happy to know a partner of Jefferson, sir.
And this is Anne Krausemeyer, Jeff's fiancée.
We've met, I think.
Fiancé?
And I was just about to suggest a boat trip for Anne and Jeff to New Orleans.
Boat trip? Oh, but Anne isn't a very good sailor. I know. I tell you what, though, Jeff. If she gets sick on the boat, you put her to bed and put a hot water bottle on her stomach and hold it there.
Hold it? There?
No matter how she hollers, you hold it there. Never failed with us, did it, Anne?
David fancies himself quite the doctor.
Yes, and by the way, Anne, when does my laundry come back? I'm out of shorts.
Shorts?
His running shorts, Mrs. Custer. Every morning, David runs 5 miles.
Runs? He's a Yankee, all right.
Anne sort of took care of David's things around the house, Mother.
Yes, best little housekeeper you ever saw. And let me tell you something. I know of no finer compliment than this. When I've been sitting across the breakfast table for a woman for 3 years and still want to marry her, that girl has something.
Well.
Jefferson, may I see you all in private?
Why, certainly, Father. In this other office.
Come along, Mother. Come along.
David Smith, I hope you're satisfied making those 2 fine old people miserable.
Well, what about me being unhappy?
You are always thinking of yourself. Why can't you be like Jeff?
Because I can't climb trees.
Jeff is so kind and considerate and gentle.
Since when are you so crazy about the gentle act? Do you recall how I grew this scar on my forehead? You threw a bed lamp at me. I was out for 3 days.
That's only because you'd been out for 2 nights.
Very funny.
It's all right, Anne. I'll explain the entire situation in quick order.
We understand completely, Anne.
And we want you and Jeff to visit us at Lake Placid next week.
Lake Placid? Oh, I'd love it. Thank you.
As for this northern lawyer...
Mr. Custer, is it my fault that I'm related on my mother's side to General Sherman?
General Sherman?
Father!
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery with Mary Jane Croft, and introducing the director of the film, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for driving us up here, boys. We'll telephone the hotel if we need you.
All right, Mr. Custer.
Oh, this air's so invigorating. Whew. Wonderful.
There's our cabin, Anne.
Oh, it's large, isn't it?
There are 3 suites altogether. 3 suites in a unit.
Oh, I see.
You'll find your suite quite comfortable, I trust. They're adjoining, but not connecting.
Oh, dear, proper Jeff. Hey, maybe there'll be some time for skiing before it gets dark, huh? Oh, Jeff, who's that coming out of the suite on the other side of my suite?
Devil.
It's David.
The same thing.
Oh, he's ill. Look, he's staggering. He'll fall down the steps. David, you'll fall. Oh.
He did.
David! David!
There, that gets him in bed.
Oh, here, help me get these wet clothes off him.
Why, Anne.
Oh, we'll go away the first 2 weeks in December.
What's he talking about?
Oh, we were going to come up here the first 2 weeks in December.
Delirium.
You'll be crazy about it, Anne.
Oh, he's been up here all week torturing himself. Well, come on, help me get him undressed.
Anne!
Well, I'm his wife. Come on.
Look out!
Huh?
Don't fall now.
Oh, you see, he thinks we're skiing. All right, now, come on, up with his clothing.
Watch out there. Never try to pass a tree on both sides at once.
He's so sick. Is that a rattle?
I don't know. I wish I could hear it again. He's just clearing his throat.
Oh, he looks awful.
He could do with a shave.
I'll shave him.
You will?
I always shaved him. I'll find his shaving stuff in this bag here.
Just a minute, Anne.
Huh?
He's asleep now.
Oh, poor boy.
Let's go next door to your rooms. I want to talk to you very seriously. And so that's my position, Anne. I love you and I want to marry you. But I'm not sure that you're not still in love with David. Perhaps you better think about your promise to marry me, Anne, for your sake.
Jeff, I don't think a person ever existed who was as fine and generous as you are.
I'm thinking of your happiness, Anne.
You're very sweet. Now I better have a look and see how David's doing.
Don't wake him up.
Well, I'll just have a look through his window. I'll be back in a minute, darling. Oh, the beast! The scheming, tricky beast! I'll murder him for this. I'll have his heart out. You!
Anne.
Sitting up in bed, sucking on oranges, smoking cigarettes.
And put down that lamp.
Pretending you came here on a heartbroken bender, the big sympathy act.
Anne, I love you. Put down that lamp, and you love me, and I won't give you up. I won't let you marry that heap of southern fried chicken.
I love Jeff, and he loves me, and don't you call him fried chicken.
You're not going to get married.
We are going to get married.
You can't. What kind of a combination is fried chicken and calf's brain?
You!
Well, all right. I've done all I could to win you back because I wanted you back. I've neglected my work and lost clients, and now I'm through. Washed up. Go on, marry the guy. I hope you'll be very happy. And may all your children be dietitians.
Oh, you! Jeff, I can't help worrying about David. He really does love me. And now he'll take to drinking.
Or he'll find someone else, Anne.
Oh, no. I'm afraid he'll ruin a brilliant career on account of me. If I could only make him hate me, despise me, if I could disillusion him somehow, if I could make him think that Yes. Yeah, Jeff. You go back to your suite. And whatever you hear in here, don't do a thing.
What are you going to do, Anne?
The walls are paper thin. He could hear everything if I pretended you were still here and, well, not the gentleman that you are.
Oh, I understand.
Yes.
This is a mighty fine thing you're doing for him, Anne.
Yeah. Well, now, go out, but don't make a sound.
Good night, Anne.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Well, here goes. Oh, Jeff! No! Oh, Jeff, you were always such a gentleman. No, Jeff. Oh, no, now, Jeff, don't. No, now I said, don't, no. Oh, Jeff. Oh, Jeff, you're so strong. I never realized you were so... No, Jeff. No, Jeff, no. Jeff, now, look, now, if you don't behave, I'll have to ask you to leave. No, please, Jeff. Oh, Jeff. Oh, no, what would your coach at Alabama think if he knew?
All right, just put her down, you big hunk of... Oh.
David Smith, I despise you for busting in like this.
I see. Well, there's just one way of handling you, and that's rough.
Let go of me, you northern lawyer.
You're coming home with me.
I'm not. Jeff, help! SOS! Jeff, help!
Anne, David, come to your senses, both of them.
Hit him, Jeff. Let him have it. Murderize the bum.
Well, start murderizing.
David, I'll forgive you.
Oh.
For heaven's sake.
Well, would you respect me more if I knocked him down, Anne?
Would I? Why, you big hunk of southern fried chicken.
What?
I'll bet your mother was scared by a magnolia blossom.
No.
Now get out of here before I forget I'm a lady.
The lady says be so kindly as to scram, Jefferson.
Gladly. And what a narrow escape I've had.
Your slip is showing. I'm getting out of this clam bake.
Chicken fry.
Chicken fry.
Hey, what are you doing with the skis?
The sleigh service is discontinued after 10 at night.
Well, spend the night here.
Not on your life.
Okay. Here, let me fasten your skis for you.
No, it's all right. It's all done.
All set to go?
One side, please.
One moment.
Get your hands off of me.
A gentle, firm pressure on the shoulders like
quit
this.
Shoving. Hey!
May easily upset a skier and render him or her helpless.
Pull me out of this chair. You hear me?
Hmm?
What are you going to do? I warn you, I'll kill you in cold blood. Some night when you're fast asleep, I'll...
Shut up.
At breakfast, there'll be ground glass, and
I said shut up.
I'll say I was cleaning my gun when accidentally...
Hmm?
I'll even say...
Yes?
Oh, David.
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery with Mary Jane Croft, and introducing Alfred Hitchcock, the director of the film. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you the scintillating comedy Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell, and presenting screen director William Sighter. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Robert Montgomery and Mary Jane Croft, and screen director Alfred Hitchcock.
Ladies and gentlemen, as well as being a fine actor, Mr. Montgomery is also a screen director. You are about to hear the clash of great minds as two directors face each other across a microphone.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Hitch.
Well?
Well, what?
Well, aren't you going to talk shop?
Shop? Whatever you're talking about, Mary Jane.
Well, you're both directors, aren't you?
Mary Jane, Alfred Hitchcock is more than a director. He's a force, a state of mind.
A state of mind? Have you ever seen a state of mind with a 92 3/4-inch waist measurement?
Well, you know, there's one thing bothering me about our radio version of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. It didn't have the Hitchcock trademark, did it, Mr. Montgomery?
You know, that's right. Hitch, you can't place yourself in a radio scene the way you do in a picture just to identify the Hitchcock product.
Ah, that's where you're wrong. Do you remember the sound of shaving in the first scene?
Yeah.
Oh, when I was supposed to be shaving, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes. Well, when the sound man made that noise, those were my whiskers being scraped.
Ah, the Hitchcock touch. Good night, Hitch, Mary Jane. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Robert Montgomery, Mary Jane Croft, and Alfred Hitchcock. Tonight's cast included Carlton Young, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and Dink Trout. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was produced by RKO, producers of the Technicolor production The Boy with Green Hair, starring Pat O'Brien, Robert Ryan, Barbara Hale, and Dean Stockwell as the boy. Robert Montgomery may currently be seen in the Warner Brothers production June Bride. Soon to be released is Alfred Hitchcock's new picture, Under Capricorn, starring Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild Assignment. Production, Hired Wife. Director, William Sighter. Star, Rosalind Russell.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Remember the Night with Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. And ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Fine acting, a good story, and superb direction each contribute to the success of a motion picture. And we'll have to combine all three to explain the resounding success of the current Paramount picture, Remember the Night. As it happens, I take a personal pride in the success of this picture, because Mitchell Lyson, who directed it, served his apprenticeship with me. Consequently, it's with a special bow in Mitch's direction that I introduce our radio adaptation of his screen hit, Remember the Night. A triumphal return engagement for the same two stars who played it on the screen, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray. And with them we have Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway of the picture cast. Remember the Night is a play you'll remember, and Lux Toilet Soap is a product you'll remember. When our feminine listeners remember to think of their appearance, and that's at least, part of the time, they know Lux Toilet Soap is a real aid to loveliness. Just why Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray have never been teamed before is one of Hollywood's unsolved mysteries. But the results in this picture call loudly for more of the same. So we were very insistent on having these stars of the picture in our production tonight. Barbara dropped in to visit my Northwest Mounted Police set, but I sent her home right away to get her script of Remember the Night. And I had to break into something to get Fred McMurray. I had to break into his vacation in Mexico. It was the same vacation which we interrupted a few weeks ago to bring him back to this microphone. However, he took our persecution very amiably and buckled right down to work. Ordinarily, I don't suppose a courtroom is the most promising place in the world for a love story, especially if the party of the first part is the prosecutor and the party of the second part is the girl on trial. But Remember the Night is delightfully original from beginning to end, with a love story that begins in a law court. So once more, it's curtain time in the Lux Radio Theater as we start Act One of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee Leander, Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. A jewelry store on New York's Fifth Avenue. In the glittering showcases, 1,000 precious stones sparkle in their brilliant settings. Although it's just a few weeks before Christmas, there's only one customer in the store this afternoon, a pretty girl in costly furs. On her wrist is a diamond bracelet, placed there by an enthusiastic clerk. He smiles happily, sensing the sale is practically complete.
Glorious, madam, isn't it? One of our most beautiful bracelets, really.
Yes, it is beautiful.
You won't regret taking it, madam.
I'm sure I won't. What's the price, please?
Only $5,000.
$5,000. That's reasonable.
You won't find another one like it in New York, madam. Shall I have Mr. Meyer make out the papers?
Just a moment, please. I think I'd like to see one or two more before I make up my mind. That one in the lower tray, please. Let me see that.
Oh, of course, madam. Personally, I prefer the one you're wearing, but this one's quite beautiful, too. The emeralds set the diamonds off very nicely. Now, if you'll just place this one on your... Madam! Madam! Where? Why, she's gone! Mr. Meyer! Mr. Meyer! She's gone! Police! Police!
Jones, what is it?
Oh, that girl. She went out the door while my back was turned. She went out with a $5,000 bracelet.
Calling car number 17. Car number 17. Pickup girl, about 23 years. Dark complexion, silver fox furs. Vicinity 5th Avenue, 54th Street. Search for diamond bracelet stolen from Meyer and Company. That is all.
Hello. Oh, this is Officer Cassidy reporting to headquarters. Say, we picked up that girl on call 17. Yeah. Caught her cold with the goods in a hock shop over on 3rd Avenue. She was trying to pawn the bracelet. Yeah. Okay. I'm bringing her in now.
District Attorney's office. Who? Oh, just a moment.
Who is it?
Commissioner's office. It's about that acquittal yesterday in the shooting case.
Tell him I'm busy.
Hello? Can the district attorney call you back? Thank you.
Is that all they have to do? Beef about acquittals? All right, Tom, let's get going.
Okay, boss.
What's the first case today?
That's a cinch. Dame by the name of Lee Leander cops a bracelet out of Meyer and Company on 3rd Avenue in Hoxton. Open and shut.
First offense?
Nah, she's got a record. This is her 3rd offense.
Well, that's good, that's good. The first offender at Christmas time is tougher than tiger meat. Tom, look at that chart. Convictions only 78% as against 82% last year.
Say, can I handle this case, boss? I'll get you conviction.
You probably could handle it as well as some of these dopes, but when the right case comes along, I'll give it to you. Wife beater or something like that. Your face isn't right to prosecute a woman.
Oh, boss, listen.
Nothing doing, Tom, nothing doing. We'll get Sergeant on this one.
Sergeant? What's his face got that mine hasn't got?
Whatever it is, he's never lost a case for me yet.
Yeah, but he's gone home for Christmas. Ohio or Oklahoma, someplace like that. Now, listen, I could get you a conviction so
Take it
quick...
easy, Tom. Take it easy. Miss Day, get me John Sargent on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Now, boss, now that ain't fair.
Stop moaning. Sargent's terrific with these pretty girls, John.
Oh, Mr. Sergeant. Mr. Sergeant. Phone's ringing.
Well, answer it, will you? I'm trying to get packed up in here.
Okay, I'll answer. Hello.
Hey, wait a minute, Rufus.
Huh?
Listen, if that's the office, tell him I've already left.
Okay. Hello. Yes, sir. Yes. Well, this is the office. He's already left.
Oh, you blockhead. Give me that phone.
I just said...
Shut up.
Good morning. Who all wants to speak to Master Sergeant, please?
Hello, Sergeant. Who do you think you're kidding?
Oh, all right, never mind. Who is this?
This is your boss. You know, it's a good thing you didn't take up acting for a living.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
Well, listen, we got a case to try this morning. I'll see you at the office in 15 minutes.
Now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going home for Christmas.
Sure. You can leave here this afternoon.
Yeah, but I've got 730 miles to drive. You told me I could...
Now, look, Jack, don't argue. It's a female case, and I need you. Now, come on.
Oh, I was afraid of this. Who's defending?
O'Leary?
That windbag? He'll give us the Gettysburg Address and the Declaration of Independence.
Oh, no, he won't. I'll have Tom meet you in court, and you'll be out of there by noon. Now, get right down here. Goodbye.
Now, listen, boss. Hello. Oh, O'Leary. He'll talk all day long.
When you leave, Mr. Sergeant.
Shut up.
Quiet, please. Proceed with your summation, Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course of this trial, you've heard the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Sargent, attempt to prove that a valuable bracelet was taken from the premises of Meyer and Company by the defendant. All this has been a waste of time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, of your time and mine. Time we could spend to better advantage in last-minute Christmas shopping. At least I know that's what I'd like to be doing.
May it please the court, we object, Your Honor. The jury's Christmas shopping has nothing to do with the case.
Objection sustained.
I withdraw the illusion, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, when I say that time has been wasted, I mean the state has gone to great lengths to prove that Anna Rose Malone, sometimes known as Lee Leander,
sometimes known as a lot of other things,
did on the afternoon of December 3rd walk out upon Fifth Avenue with a bracelet which was still the property of Meyer and Company. To prove something she freely admits, as if the proof of this constituted a proof of guilt. Since the dawn of civilization, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, since the beginnings of jurisprudence, wise men and women have refused to be hoodwinked by circumstantial evidence. The contents of a whiskey bottle...
Hey, Jack, I don't like a smile on that jury's pan.
All juries get soft-hearted at Christmas, Tommy. If you ever get a case to prosecute and you see that peace on earth, goodwill toward men look come in their eyes, get a continuance, even if you have to fall down and tell the judge you ate green apples.
That a young woman walking out of a store with something not her own is necessarily an evildoer. Oh, how flimsy is this argument. How unfair. But on it, and because of it, you have been asked to take away the liberty of a fellow human being. Now, the truth is simple. The bracelet was removed during a temporary loss of will and consciousness, now known as schizophrenia, but formerly known as hypnotism.
Holy mackerel, that's a sweet one, hypnotism.
Shut up, Tommy.
You mean you're not going to object?
Shut up. He's just postponed the case till after Christmas.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
Hypnotism.
Oh.
Yes, I said hypnotism, and that's exactly what I meant. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you to gaze upon this girl's face. Is this the face of a hardened criminal? An outcast from society? No. But the prosecution would have you believe that she willingly and in her right mind stole a bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what really happened. The truth. This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, went into that jewelry store, not to buy, not to steal, but only to look. A salesman showed her the bracelet, urged her to clasp it around her wrist, begged her to examine it under a more powerful light, and then excused himself. The bracelet is under a powerful light. The young girl stares at it closer. The great central stone flashes blindingly in her eyes. Blue, green, purple, orange, closer, still closer. Suddenly, the colors are gone. Everything is dark. A breath of cold air brings her to her senses, but what's this? Where is the jewelry store? Where is the light she was standing under? What is she doing on Fifth Avenue, blocks away from Meyer and Company? She doesn't know. She can't remember. Her mind is a blank. And why? Why? This girl, this poor, unfortunate creature, was a victim, an unwilling victim of hypnosis. Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, now, Tommy, watch. Your Honor.
Yes?
Your Honor, the hypothesis of hypnotism is a very interesting one. Let me be the first to admit it. But unfortunately, I am no Svengali, nor are you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The people of the state of New York will require the expert testimony of Dr. Kindness, the psychiatrist. For this purpose, the people will request a continuance be granted till after the Christmas holidays.
We object, Your Honor. The defense has already summed up. The case was practically closed.
Objection overruled.
But, Your Honor...
The defendant will remain in custody, subject to giving a $5,000 bond. And all jurors, parties, and witnesses are instructed to return to the court Tuesday, January 3rd. Court adjourned, and a very Merry Christmas to you all.
Just a minute, Sergeant. That was a dirty trick you played on me. Means another day in court. And I don't get paid by the state. I have to earn my money.
No more sense of humor than a gravestone.
Huh?
Well, Merry Christmas, Francis.
Why, you...
Take it easy, Miss Leanne. Let me go. I want to speak to
my lawyer. Mr. O'Leary, this guard says I have to have a bond or stay in jail.
That's right.
Is it right? You ought to know, Mr. District Attorney.
I'm afraid it is.
Well, how can I get a bond? I haven't any more money, and I don't want to spend Christmas in jail. Please don't let them do that.
What do you mean you haven't got any more money? What have I been talking for, to hear my own voice?
If you hadn't talked so much, I'd be out of here right now.
What do you mean by that?
Hypnotism. That gag's so old it's got whiskers. Oh, please don't let them keep me here over Christmas.
What's the difference? What could you do if you haven't got any money?
I could walk around, couldn't I?
Come on, miss. It ain't as bad as you think. You get a nice little room and a nice turkey dinner on Christmas.
Yes, I know. Never mind the build-up. Let's go. I hope you have a Merry Christmas, Mr. Sergeant.
Hey, she's kind of sore at you, Jack.
Yeah. Say, Tommy, on your way out, send Fat Mike in here, will you?
Huh? Fat Mike the bondsman?
If you know any other Fat Mikes, you can send them, too.
I get it.
You don't, but let it pass.
Okay, I'll send him right away.
Hey, Mike. Sure? Mr. Sergeant wants to see you right away. Sure, coming. Hello, Mr. Sergeant. You want to see me?
Yeah. What'll you charge for 5,000 bail from now till January 3rd?
Did they pin something on you, pal?
No, it isn't for me. It's for the young woman who's in here today.
Oh, I see.
How much?
For a friend of yours? Nothing. Not a red Samilka.
I didn't ask you for any favors.
Favors? It's a privilege. You still living at the same place?
Yeah. Why?
How soon you want her out?
Right away.
Okay, she's out.
Thanks. So long. Hey, Rufus, you got those other grips packed? Rufus!
Yeah, I am, boss.
What's the matter with you?
She's here, boss.
Who's here?
I don't know.
Then how do you know she's here?
I just let her in the living room.
You let who in?
The lady.
You mean there's a lady here in the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Oh, what'd you let her in for? I told you I wasn't home to anybody.
Yes, sir. I told him that. But he shoved the door open anyhow and pushed the lady in with his compliments.
Who did?
A man, Fat Ike.
Fat Ike? You mean Fat Mike?
Yes, sir. He's showing Thin Mike.
What did he bring her here for?
I don't know.
Guess I'll have to go and speak to her.
Yes, you will.
Well, hello.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I don't know yet, but I've got a rough idea.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're out.
Mm-hmm. Now what do I have to do for it?
Well, for one thing, you could say thank you, but if that doesn't fit in with your plans, just skip it. My motives in this matter.
Here you are, boss. Here's the drinks.
What drinks? I didn't tell you.
Got some soda, miss?
Thanks.
Drink, boss?
Get out of here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know.
You know, one of these days, one of you boys is going to start one of these scenes differently. And one of us girls is going to drop dead from surprise.
What are you talking about?
I suppose you do this with all the lady prisoners?
Oh, yes. My life is just one long round of whoopee.
Well, you're in a good spot for it.
Wonderful. I have only to wave a finger and I can satisfy my slightest whim.
And I suppose if anybody says no, you just put them right back in the cooler.
That's right. Now, look. When court reconvenes, I'm going to try to put you in jail for a good long time. That's my business. But you haven't been convicted yet, so I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy Christmas like the rest of us. That's why I told Mike to get you out.
And bring me up here.
I did not tell him to bring you up here.
Then why did that gorilla bring me up here?
Because he's got a mind like a sewer.
Thanks.
Now, look, I'm very glad to have been of service to you. Now, if
You mean I don't have to stay here if I don't want to?
You most certainly do not.
Oh, then I'll stay. But I won't be forced.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, there's nothing as dangerous as a square shooter. If all men were like you, there wouldn't be any nice girls left.
Yes, well, all this is leading into a very interesting subject that I haven't time to pursue at the moment. I'm going away on a little trip, and it's quite a drive, and I haven't had my dinner yet.
Oh, you mean you want me to go?
Well, yes.
Where?
Where what?
Well, I was on my way to a nice, comfortable jail with 3 meals a day and turkey for Christmas, and now
Don't you live someplace?
No.
Well, where have you been living? In a tree?
I had a room in a hotel, but they locked me out.
Oh. Well, how much do you owe this hotel?
$126.40.
Oh. Well, that doesn't solve any problem.
Look, why don't you just put me back in the clink? That solves lots of problems.
Well, for one thing, I'm not sure I can't. And, well, that wasn't the idea. Have you had dinner?
Not yet.
Now, come on, then. I'll take you to dinner, and we'll figure something out.
You really didn't want me to come here at all, then?
I'm sorry to say I did not.
I see. Well, shall we go?
Here's your hat, boss. Going out, huh?
Yes, I am.
Hot dog. But don't forget you got to see your ma.
Shut up. Want anything else?
No, thanks. It's been nice up to now.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking I might lend you my apartment while I'm away.
Oh, that sounds like a play, doesn't it?
Yeah, sounds like a flop.
Don't worry about me. I can always chisel a hotel for a week or so.
That's a nice, cheesy idea.
Well, I'm not going to sleep in the subway. And as far as the holiday's concerned, I guess I'll get plenty of that when you get through with me. Oh, not that I mean it in a disagreeable way, you understand.
I understand.
Your business is your business. Of course, some people wouldn't care for that kind of business, but somebody has to do the dirty work.
Thanks.
Just too bad it had to be somebody as nice as you.
How long have you been swiping things?
Always.
Have you been caught before?
Uh-huh.
Did you take things you didn't need?
Sure.
In the presence of beautiful things, did you feel a sudden irresistible urge to take them in your hands and hurry away with them?
Oh, you mean was I hypnotized?
No, I mean maybe you're a kleptomaniac.
Oh, no. They tried that, though. Now, you see, to be a kleptomaniac, you can't sell any of the stuff afterwards or you lose your amateur standing.
I don't understand it.
I don't think you ever could understand because your mind is different. Right or wrong is the same for everybody, you see, but the rights and the wrongs aren't the same.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Is it? All right, try it like this. Suppose you were starving to death.
Yeah?
And you didn't have any food, and you didn't have any money, and you didn't have any place to get anything.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some loaves of bread out in front of a market, and, well, now remember, you're starving to death, and the man's back was turned. Would you swipe one?
You bet I would.
That's because you're honest. You see, I'd have a 6-course dinner at the table d'hote across the street and then say I'd forgotten my purse. Get the difference?
I think you're way smarter.
Yeah, that's it. We're smart. Very smart.
Well, we're all finished. Waiter, check, please.
Right away, sir.
Well, Miss Leander, I've got a couple of extra bucks I don't need. Here's my Christmas dinner I promised you, and a room and a couple of breakfasts.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Check, sir.
Oh, here you are. Oh, will you ask the band to play my Indiana Home?
Oh, yes, sir. I'll ask them.
Thank you.
Why do you want them to play that?
Because that's where I'm going.
No. Are you a Hoosier?
Yeah, Wabash, Indiana. That is a farm just outside of Wabash.
Wabash, Indiana? Oh, no wonder I liked you. I'm from Eltonville.
No.
Uh-huh.
Why, that's only about 50 miles from...
Yes, sir?
Well, I'll be darned. And we have to come here and meet like this.
It's funny, isn't it? So, you're going back home, huh?
Yeah, I go home every Christmas.
You do? Oh, gee, that's great.
My mother still runs the farm. She does all right, too. She raises partridge, Wyandottes, Poland Chinas.
Oh, we never had anything that swell.
No, we never did either till lately. How long since you've been home?
Never.
Why?
I ran away.
Well, I don't know what the circumstances were, of course.
Not so hot.
Well, time takes care of those things. Do they write to you?
I had a letter from my mother when my father died.
Oh, your mother's alive then?
I hope so. That song, it's awful pretty, isn't it? Kind of does things to you.
Yeah. Say, look, how would you like to go home for Christmas?
What?
I mean it. I could drop you off at your place and pick you up on my way back.
Home? Oh, gee, I don't know.
Oh, come on, it'll do you good. What do you say?
All right. Unless, aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what?
How it might look. Rising young district attorney and me.
Oh, I didn't think of it.
I know. You never think of anything wrong, do you? That's what makes you such a swell guy.
The curtain falls on the first act of Remember the Night, with Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, Elizabeth Patterson, Beulah Bondi, and Sterling Holloway. Over on Rockwell Street, in a little white bungalow, the first guest has just arrived a bit early for one of those bridge get-togethers the ladies have from time to time. We're going to let you hear what this guest says, and what she thinks, too.
Why, hello, Ellie. How nice you look.
Where did she find that dress, I wonder? She has the best taste.
Excuse the way I look, Ellie. I'm a little early. Came right straight from the office. I worked late and I didn't really have time to go home and change.
Gosh, do I feel grimy. I could only take a quick bath.
My, how lovely the living room looks. Those flowers are just the right color.
I wonder if she'd think me nervy if I asked to take a bath.
Tired? Oh, well, not exactly, Ellie. I'm just sort of, well, messy, you know. A bath? Oh, how lovely of you. I hadn't thought of it, but it would make me feel better. Oh, thanks. That's awfully kind. What a pretty negligee.
Will I feel good in this? Everything she has is perfect.
Yes, thanks so much, Ellie. Don't wait. I have everything I need.
She's got Lux toilet soap. I ought to have known she would. She's got such taste. Everything is perfect. Gosh, does this feel good? This nice Lux soap will do the trick all right. I love the way it lathers.
Yes, a Lux toilet soap beauty bath will do the trick. Leave Ellie's guest feeling fresh from head to toe. This luxurious white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use has creamy, active lather that swiftly carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. You'll find a daily Lux soap beauty bath a wonderful way to protect daintiness, make you sure of fresh, fragrant skin. And it's true that Lux toilet soap in your bathroom has come to be one of those little things that mean good housekeeping, good taste. The superlative quality of this fine white soap, its delicate, distinctive perfume, makes it a joy to family and to guests. It's luxurious, and yet not a luxury, for it's sold by so many thousands of cakes that its price is kept low. Now, the economical way to buy it is 3 cakes at a time, and you might try leaving a cake you aren't using in among your linens or underthings. It'll leave them delightfully fragrant. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Lee and Fred McMurray as John Sargent, with Beulah Bondi as his mother, Elizabeth Patterson as Aunt Emma, and Sterling Holloway as Willie. Westward, along the snow-banked highways from New York, more than 20 hours of steady driving have brought Lee Leander and Jack Sargent to Eltonville, Indiana, and the front gate of Lee's former home. A bright moon softens the outline of the ramshackle house that stands cold and dark on the outskirts of the town. From within the house comes the warning wail of a dog as Jack swings the car up to the sagging front porch.
This is it, huh?
Yes.
Well, all out then. End of the line.
Oh, please, let's wait till... Well, my mother might not even live here anymore.
Hey, don't be so nervous.
Will you go in with me?
Sure, I'll go in with you. Come on, I've got your bag.
See that tree?
Yeah?
I fell out of it when I was 12. Oh, I was a terrible tomboy. See, from that branch right up there. Landed on my head, too.
That's a better gag than hypnotism. Your lawyer should have used that. As a matter of fact, you should have had me for your lawyer. Come on now, smile. Here we are.
Oh, gee, I didn't mean to knock so loud. Why, that sounds like Mickey barking. Oh, it couldn't be. He'd be too... Here's somebody coming.
Yeah. Now, look, I'll pick you up on New Year's Day in the afternoon. Don't forget.
No. Gee, you've been sweet.
Will you shut up? Yes?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Doesn't Mrs. Malone live here?
Oh, I guess you want my wife.
Oh, I didn't know.
Who is it, Henry? Somebody want me?
Mama. Oh, Merry Christmas, Mama. Well, you know me, don't you?
Come in.
This is Mr.
Sergeant, how do you do?
Sit down.
You're looking fine, Mama.
What did you come here for? What do you want?
Oh, I don't want anything, Mama. It was just Christmas, and Mr. Sargent happened to be driving
You
past...
see, I live in Wabash. It's just about 50 miles from here. I knew you'd be glad if
Glad? Why should I be glad? Good riddance to bad rubbish, I said the day she left.
Oh, Mama, please, Mr. Sargent...
Just like her father she is. Always laughing at serious things she was. Never doing what she's told till she winds up stealing. Stealing my mission money. Money I'd put by with the sweat of my brow, that's what.
I didn't steal it. I told you 1,000 times I only borrowed it. I was going to pay you back.
But you didn't pay me back, did you? And you never paid me back.
Well, how could I after you called me a thief in front of the whole town? Nobody would give me a job.
And you left here. The great lady. We weren't good enough for you. A decent home, a hard-working mother, and a crook for a daughter.
Oh, Mama.
Look, Lee, I don't want to tear you away, but we still have 50 miles to go.
Oh.
Are you ready?
Oh, yes.
It's been very interesting to meet you, Mrs.
A name doesn't concern you.
It most certainly does not. Come on, kid.
I've forgotten how much that woman hates me. And how much I hate her. That's a terrible thing to say, isn't it?
No.
But ever since I was little, she was always so right and I was always so wrong. Thanks for getting me out. I'll stay anywhere. Any old place will do if I'm far enough away from her.
Hey, take it easy.
I wish I'd broken my neck when I fell out of that tree.
It's a little too late to think about that now, isn't it?
You won't make me stay in Nelsonville. You'll find me a room somewhere else.
Sure I will.
Any old dump will do.
That's just what you're going to get. It's only got one window, and the mattress is stuffed with rocks, and it's got a painting of the cross-eyedest old man you ever saw in your life.
How do you know?
How do I know what? Oh, that my grandfather was cross-eyed?
You mean you're taking me home with you?
Why not?
Oh.
Well, forget. Now what? Hey, anyone home? Hey!
John!
Hello, Mother.
Oh, my boy, my
Oh,
boy.
gosh, Mother, it's good to see you.
Oh, I just can't believe you're here at last. Well, Jack Sargent.
Aunt Emmy, hello, Aunt Emmy. How about a kiss, huh?
Oh, I declare I'm glad you're here. If only to stop your mother from taking leave of her senses.
Oh, boy, I'll say. Hello, John. Welcome home.
Hello, Willie. The girl still chasing you?
Oh, John.
What made you so late, dear? We thought you'd be here by 6 at least.
Well, you see...
Hey, who's that in the front seat?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mother, this is Miss Leander. She's come to spend Christmas with us.
How do you do? Oh, how nice. Well, I'm so glad to know you, my dear.
And this is my Aunt Emmy. Knows more about flannel cakes than the guy who invented them.
Hello. I'm right pleased to meet you, Miss Leander.
And this is Willie Sims, our hired boy. He's crazy about the girls, and the girls are crazy about him. Willie Sims.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. I hope I won't be too much trouble, Mrs. Sargent.
Trouble? Why, bless your child, it's a joy
No
to have
trouble
you at here. all, Not a trouble, speck. ma'am. But, John Sargent, why didn't you send me a telegram?
Well, you see, Mother, this was rather unexpected.
Well,
and
never mind all that. Now, come along, child. You must be near freezing to death. And here we are, cackling like a couple of... Emmy. What? Did you leave those cookies in the oven? Oh, jeepers creepers. Oh. Come along now, everyone. This way, Miss Leanne. Thanks.
Oh, boy, John.
What?
Ain't she a peacherino?
Who? Oh.
All I can say is hot dog.
Come on, grab a grip, Willie. I want to thaw out in a hurry.
Go on, Jack. Now, don't stop. Play that other piece you used to do so good.
I can't remember it anymore, Mother.
Oh, well, try, dear. Don't you think he plays nice, Miss Leander?
You don't have to answer that, Lee. I had $14 worth of piano lessons once, and they've never forgotten it.
Willie, hand me that popcorn. We've got to have it all strung for the tree tomorrow.
Yes'm, here you are.
Well, here, you can help me. You haven't done a thing all night.
Oh, gee, didn't I help Miss Leander with all them dinner dishes?
You should have done them yourself, Willie. Miss Leander's a guest.
Oh, I like doing them, Mrs. Sargent. I've lived in hotels and places so long, I haven't been around the house as much as I'd like.
Your folks dead?
Willie.
Ma'am?
Oh, I don't mind. My father's dead. My mother's remarried.
Well, that's too bad, my dear. I always say it's so hard on the children. It just isn't the same with a new parent. Go on, Jack. Now, just one more piece.
No, that's all the next year, Aunt Emmy.
Oh, please, dear.
I'll play you a piece if you want.
Oh, that'd be fine.
Oh, gee, can you play?
Well, I used to play in a dime store. What would you all like?
It doesn't make any difference.
I can sing The End of a Perfect Day.
Now, Willie.
Well, I can.
So can everybody else, Willie.
The End of a Perfect Day. I think I remember it.
Oh, boy. Give us a downbeat, please, Miss Leander. When you come to the end of a perfect day and you sit alone with your thought while the chimes ring out with a carol gay for the joy that...
Well, son, time for bed. Gracious, the evening's gone fast. The rest went up long ago.
Wait, Mother. There's one thing you must be curious about.
What, dear?
Miss Leander.
Yes?
I don't know whether to tell you this or not, but I don't like to bring somebody under your roof without you knowing exactly who she is.
Oh, John, I think I can guess.
What? Oh, no, not at all, Mother. She isn't even a friend of mine.
Well, she certainly should be. I think she's charming.
She is charming, Mother, but...
She reminds me of your father's cousin, Winifred, who died when her second was born. The lovely, sweet thing. I was just saying to Emmy...
Wait a minute, Mother. Unfortunately, the girl's a crook. I'm going to put her in jail when we get back to New York.
What?
But in the meanwhile, she had no place to go for Christmas, so I...
the poor lamb. You'll do no such thing, John Sargent. Why, that girl's as honest as all outdoors. I can tell by just looking at her face. Well, if she did take some little thing, I'm sure it was entirely by mistake. She's probably a hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac, huh? Well, she might be at that.
She hasn't really taken things, has she, dear? You're just making a bad joke now, aren't you?
No, Mother. I'm afraid this isn't even her first offense. But that doesn't mean she wasn't unhappy and lonely and a human being like the rest of us.
Well, the poor thing probably didn't get enough love as a child. Do you remember how bad you were? Well, not really bad, but do you remember the time you took my egg money I was going to buy a new dress with? And then how hard you worked to pay it back when you understood.
You made me understand.
Oh, it was love, dear, that made you understand. Well, I do hope she enjoys her stay here. Now, we must do everything to make her happy and comfortable and to feel like one of the family. Do you think we ought to lock up the silver? Well, good night, son.
Good night, Mother. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, dear. Oh, this is lovely. I've never seen so many presents in all my days.
Well, here's another one for you, Mother.
For me? Oh, John, another bottle of perfume. Ecstasy, too. Well, I haven't even started on that bottle of ecstasy you gave me last year.
And Aunt Emmy, here's a present for you. Oh. Willie, what have you got there?
I don't know yet. Getting her open.
What, Jack?
Huh? What?
Oh, what's this supposed to be?
What,
a nightgown, Emmy.
Oh, Jack Sargent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Gee, you can see right through it.
Really, it's lovely, isn't it?
Gee, we've got all our stuff open, and, well, I'm sorry about the present situation, Lee. If we'd only known sooner.
Why, John, there's some presents for Miss Leander over there on the sofa.
Oh.
Why, of course, Jack, you must have forgotten.
Oh, well, guess you can always trust Santa Claus. 3 packages, Lee. Here. Merry Christmas.
Oh, no. Oh, you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble. Open them up now, dear. Oh, what a lovely pincushion. It's so pretty.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Just scraps and things I've been collecting for years.
Here's the next one. Very Merry Christmas to Miss Leander from Jack's Aunt Emmy.
Stockings. Oh, thank you so much.
Bed socks.
Oh.
Not so fancy, but wonderful on a cold night for a spinster lady.
Oh, it's awfully sweet of you all.
Here's another, Miss
Oh,
Leander.
no, not really.
Yeah. Who's that from, Willie?
From you big dunce. Don't you remember anything?
Oh, but I didn't...
Gracious sakes, Jack.
Oh, perfume. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nothing, just a bottle of perfume.
And ecstasy, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, you're all much too kind. I don't think I've ever met anyone so thoughtful and so...
Oh, nonsense, child. We're so happy to have you and so anxious for you to enjoy your stay. Of course, there isn't much to do here, except tonight we're bobbing for apples, and tomorrow the young folks have a treasure hunt, and Thursday's the charity bazaar. Then we rest up for a day. And the next day is New Year's. That's the big event. And this year we're having a real old-fashioned barn dance like the Hicks were supposed to be.
That's all there is. Farmers' wives don't die of boredom anymore. They die of heart failure.
I declare this is the best barn dance we've ever had.
Yes. Oh, they dance beautifully together, don't they?
It reminds me... What? Who?
Jack and Miss Leander. Like they were made for each other.
If you're hinting that John's in love with her, well, he isn't, Emmy.
Fiddlesticks, Lucy, fiddlesticks. She's in love with him, too.
I tell you they're not. You don't know anything about these things, Emmy.
Lucy Sargent, if you're referring to the fact that I never married, I'd like to point out that you don't have to be a horse to judge a horse show. If ever I saw 2 people in love...
They're not. They can't be. They just can't be.
Almost over, isn't it?
Yeah, just about. We'll be pulling out for New York in the morning.
And the third will be one day nearer.
The third?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean that third?
When my case comes up again.
I hadn't thought of it.
I have. But you've all been so sweet, no matter what happens after we get back. It won't matter so much. I'll have some wonderful memories.
So will I.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to wish you all a very happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Lee.
Happy New Year, Jack.
You know, it's an old-fashioned custom, but people always kiss each other, well, at this time.
I know it.
Well, what am I waiting for?
I don't know. Why are you?
Well, 6 o'clock comes right early, children. You better get your sleep.
What time's breakfast, Aunt Emmy?
Time for you to leave early. What'll it be, flannel cakes or fried mush?
Well, how about it, Lee?
Oh, I think we'll ride better on the mush.
Fried mush, then. Good night, children.
Good night, Aunt Emmy. You sleepy?
Not very.
How about a good night cigarette?
Well, I'd love it. I'll meet you downstairs.
Swell. I'll be waiting for you.
Just a minute, Jack. I was just... Oh, Mrs. Sargent.
I'm sorry to disturb you, dear, but you'll be in such a rush in the morning.
Oh, no, you're not disturbing me. Come in.
Thank you. First of all, I want you to know how glad we've been to have you here, and how much I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
You'll never know how much.
And then, well, I want you to know how sorry I am that you're in trouble, and how much I hope it'll come out all right.
I didn't know you knew about that.
Oh, you poor child. You can be sure I never would have mentioned it now, only, well, has Jack ever told you anything about his childhood?
No, why?
We were very poor after my husband died. In fact, we had nothing. Jack had to do chores before school and after school, and then after chores,